The Harrow Chronicles. The Hunt for Saint Agnes Rose. Chapter 1, The Weeping Nun. A cold, autumnal wind whipped through the quaint streets of Ashbury Heights, sending a scattering of leaves dancing across the pavement. Night had fallen, and the shops that lined the tidy brick roads had long since closed for the evening. Only the lamps' flickering soft halos onto the sidewalks pierced the darkness as Father Declan Mullins locked the oaken doors of Saint Agnes Church with a heavy sigh. He paused to straighten his coat against the chill night air before descending the stone steps, the click of his polished shoes echoing in the silence. The prayer candles he had lit within the chapel earlier that evening were the only remaining lights left burning, their flames lending an ethereal glow to the soaring stained glass windows as he took one last glance at his church before heading home. Just like any other quiet night in this sleepy New England town, Father Declan mused during the familiar walk to his modest rectory next door, placed conveniently close for the often late nights his pastoral duties required of him. 20 years spent ministering to this close-knit parish had established a steadfast routine and a community that felt like family. Which is why when the priest was roused from a fitful sleep just past midnight by the shrill ringing of his telephone, blinking groggily at the jarring noise, he assumed it was old Mrs. Farrell again, calling in her loneliness for some company and consolation as she so often did these last painful months since losing her husband. Instead, he was met by the panicked voice of Helena Jones, the church organist. Between frantic sobs, she somehow managed to communicate that Father Declan must hurry back to the church immediately. When he pressed her for details, she became almost hysterical, her words dissolving into incoherence. All he could grasp was that something was terribly wrong in the chapel before the line went dead. Throwing his cassock over his pajamas, Father Declan rushed into the moonlit night. The wind had picked up considerably, whipping through the churchyard and stirring the clouds overhead into ominous, roiling shapes. As he fumbled to unlock the creaking doors with trembling hands, the priest couldn't shake the sense of dread welling within the pit of his stomach. The sacred space beyond, normally serene and comforting, now seemed to loom before him like the gaping maw of some unknowable void. As soon as he stepped inside, Father Declan was struck by the unnatural silence swallowing the sanctuary. The prayer candles at the front of church had all been mysteriously extinguished, leaving only ribbons of pale moonlight streaming through the windows to illuminate his way. "Helena," he called out warily. "Are you still here? Hello?" Only the echo of his own faltering voice traveling up into the shadowy eaves and back down the long, empty aisles answered him. Where was the organist? And what had shaken her badly enough to compel that panicked late-night call? Father Declan's pulse quickened as his footfalls seemed to thunder in the stillness. Reaching the front of the church, he swept his flashlight beam toward the ornately carved marble altar and felt his breath catch sharply in his chest. There on the floor, illuminated starkly in the flashlight's stark glare, lay a sight that stopped the priest dead in his tracks. The glass case that normally housed Saint Agnes Rose, an antique relic sacred to the church for over a century, lay smashed to pieces on the cold stone tiles. But even more shockingly, there was no sign remaining of the precious antique cross or its gleaming blood-red gemstone which had resided within that case for decades. Saint Agnes Rose, a relic donated generations ago to Ashbury Heights as thanks for the small mining town's hospitality toward a long-ago stranger who later became sainted, was now gone without a trace. Father Declan gaped wordlessly at the sight, the flashlight tumbling from his limp fingers and rolling across the tiles as he sank to his knees in despair. That mystical rosary was dear to every member of his congregation and had resided under Saint Agnes' loving protection in her namesake chapel for longer than anyone could remember. Legends swirled about supernatural occurrences connected to that rose-shaped gem over the years. Tales ranged from miraculous healings and visions to divine sensations of warmth and comfort enveloping those who prayed before it. For the pious community of Ashbury Heights, the relic's disappearance was a blasphemous tragedy beyond measure. As Father Declan knelt amidst the wreckage, numbed by the weight of this catastrophic revelation, the flashlight's erratic beam swept across an almost forgotten portrait mounted in a shadowy corner. The painting depicted Saint Agnes herself, portrayed as an ethereal maiden with chestnut locks cascading over her shoulders as she gazed down with hazel eyes that radiated serenity and wisdom. Yet rather than her usual beatific expression, in that moment the saint's painted face seemed twisted in sorrow, with tears glinting down her cheeks even in the dim light. A fresh sob echoed suddenly in the darkness, jolting Father Declan from his despairing stupor. Swiveling towards the noise with a renewed spark of hope that Helena Jones still lingered there, he instead beheld the last thing he ever expected to witness inside the familiar sanctuary. In the alcove just below Saint Agnes' weeping portrait stood the veiled figure of a nun grasping a worn rosary, her shoulders quaking as she wept inconsolably. The visage seemed almost transparent, as if Father Declan peered at her through distorted glass. Before the stunned priest could utter a syllable, the mysterious nun raised her head and met his astonished gaze with eyes burning like smoldering embers in her pale, luminous face. Without a word, the phantom then turned and faded directly into the solid alcove wall, vanishing before his eyes as if she had never stood there at all. All strength fled Father Declan's body and he slumped to the cold floor, his mind reeling. Saint Agnes, precious namesake relic, gone. Her portrait, weeping spectral tears. And the ghost of a nun prowling the church as if in silent mourning. It was all too much to process. As the aging priest grappled to make sense of the impossible events unfolding in his once peaceful church, the painted eyes of Saint Agnes herself seemed to bore into him with an intensity echoing the silent plea he had glimpsed in that mysterious nun's fiery stare. In dawning comprehension, Father Declan knew what needed to be done. Shakily rising to his feet amidst the debris and shattered glass, he made his way to the office that had always felt like a second home. Settling heavily into the worn leather chair behind his desk, the priest picked up the telephone with an unsteady hand. After so many decades of providing spiritual counsel and reassurance to his community, it was now he who desperately needed help unraveling this unfathomable mystery. And he knew exactly the two people uniquely qualified to investigate the inexplicable supernatural crisis now threatening everything his church, and his town, held sacred. They were experts of sorts in these unsettling matters, having spent years researching and studying phenomena beyond the limits of traditional understanding. More importantly, they possessed gifts enabling them to see, hear, and sense things that logic and reason could never fully explain. As the line began to ring, Father Declan took a deep breath in an effort to steady his trembling voice. When a groggy yet alert voice finally answered, he dispensed with pleasantries and spoke the words he once would have never imagined uttering in his wildest dreams. "Forgive my late call, but I require your urgent assistance. Please, you must come at once. Something incomprehensible has happened here. Something I cannot even begin to understand." He squeezed his eyes shut, the image of Saint Agnes' agonized, weeping countenance etched behind his eyelids. I believe I have witnessed true evidence of the supernatural. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Alex Harrow slowly returned the handset to its cradle, his wife Meredith perched anxiously on the quilt-strewn bed beside him as she studied his furrowed expression with concern. The couple had listened intently to Father Declan's fragmented account, their fatigue instantly forgotten. Phantom nuns, missing relics, and a priest who now sounds halfway convinced he witnessed an authentic apparition, Alex mused aloud. I have to admit, even after all we've seen over the years, I didn't expect such an urgent case to turn up in our sleepy hometown. He turned toward Meredith, noting the way the moonlight streaming through their bedroom window brought out reddish glints in her auburn hair. As always after receiving an unexpected late-night call, her freckled face bore that distinctive expression mingling surprise, curiosity, and ready determination that he had long ago learned signaled she was raring to investigate. It was part of what made her such an ideal partner in every sense of the word. "Well, Mir, what do your intuitive senses tell you?" he asked, only half in jest. Long ago Alex had learned to trust Meredith's uncanny sensitivity to unseen influences and supernatural phenomena the average person would instantly dismiss as imaginary. Together they had already explored countless inexplicable cases most would reject out of hand. But Alex had never forgotten his maiden paranormal investigation as a teen, when unseen entities inside his own family's historic, and as it turned out, extremely haunted, manor forever obliterated his skepticism about the existence of ghosts. Since marrying Meredith, whose psychic gifts far eclipsed his keen academic understanding of the unexplained, together they had built a thriving career investigating incidents just like this newest mystery. "You heard that edge of real panic in Father Declan's voice?" "Same as I did," Meredith remarked thoughtfully, her gentle features creasing into a concerned frown. "In 2 decades of delivering holiday homilies for us every Christmas, I've never heard him sound so completely rattled before. He was always the sober, pragmatic sort. So to scare a man like that, whatever's happening at Saint Agnes must be serious." She tilted her head, as if listening to some faint sound only she could perceive. I definitely sensed real spiritual turmoil lurking behind his words. Whatever manifested tonight, some malevolent entity could be threatening that church and possibly even the town itself. Her sage-hued eyes reflected the flickering candle still burning beside the bed as she met his gaze. "This is exactly the kind of case we've spent years striving to understand, Alex. I can feel it. We need to help." Alex nodded slowly in agreement. During his boyhood attending Mass in this very town, the magnificent stained glass and soaring sanctity of Saint Agnes had colored his earliest foundations of faith and community. The church was deeply rooted in local lore as well, thanks in large part to the mythical rose relic slumbering within its chapel alcove for generations. To imagine some unearthly force now besetting his childhood parish triggered Alex's ingrained sense of duty to protect those sacred halls that had long provided haven for the faithful. Not to mention the escalating scope of whatever supernatural danger Father Declan had unwittingly unleashed tonight. Alex knew from experience that ghosts didn't always remain confined to haunting a single location when awakened so forcefully from their slumber. Their influence could seep outward, awakening other restless spirits or stoking superstitious fears among the living in ways that invited chaos. Yes, investigating this unsought supernatural spectacle emerging right in their own backyard clearly aligned perfectly with their paranormal pursuit of helping others understand and grapple with the mysteries lurking just beyond the veil of everyday existence. Alex slid his cell phone back into the pocket of his pajamas before turning to flash Meredith a tired but enthusiastic grin. "Well, wife, what do you say we go hunting for our first literal ghost together as husband and wife? Tonight's disturbance sounds like a fitting inaugural case for the newly minted paranormal investigation team of Harrow and Harrow." Meredith rolled her eyes in affectionate exasperation at Alex's cheeky proclamation before leaning in to plant a swift kiss at the corner of his mouth. "Here we go again, rushing straight toward the spooky and unknown, right on the heels of our Hawaiian honeymoon paradise," she laughed. "I swear, Alex Harrow, you're like an overeager kid greedy for ghost stories around a campfire sometimes. All right then, let's get moving before the scent of this mystery phantom nun grows cold." As Meredith threw on jeans and a ragged college sweatshirt with unusual haste for someone typically known for her almost obnoxiously bohemian fashion sense, Alex quickly exchanged his pajamas for a sweater and his most professional-looking coat. If they were about to embed themselves in a bona fide paranormal uproar, he wanted to visually convey an aura of calm capability when facing church officials and frightened locals. After all, dashing to the scene wearing Moon and Star's patterned pajama pants might undermine their credibility just a tad. Within minutes the pair bustled downstairs to where Alex kept a small library of books on paranormal phenomena and the occult arts. He carefully selected a few references on known ghostly nun manifestations while Meredith perused a heavier tome detailing examples of consecrated object theft and desecration tied to hauntings. tucking these resources underarm and casting a wistful glance back at the cozy bed they had reluctantly abandoned, man and wife locked up their quaint family home to answer the late-night summons. As their car tires crunched over wet leaves blanketing the road toward town, Meredith gazed thoughtful out the rain-streaked window into the restless night beyond. "You know, I'm sure I've told you about those vivid dreams from my childhood where I wandered through an empty church while following a weeping woman in a nun's habit," she murmured. "She always vanished whenever I tried approaching her. To this day, I still wonder if those dreams were glimpses of a past life or some mystical premonition." She shifted in her seat to peer closely at Alex's sharp profile as he navigated the mist-shrouded road. "Do you really suppose tonight holds some connection to those long-ago visions that first awakened my sensitivity to the supernatural as a little girl?" Alex reached over to squeeze her hand gently, both in reassurance and tethered solidarity against the unknown they now raced toward. "I guess we'll soon find out, won't we?" Chapter 2, Legends of the Rose. The eerie sight of Saint Agnes Church emerging from wisps of fog hovering over the shadowed streets prompted Meredith to shiver as Alex pulled the car curbside. Even at this late hour, a small crowd had gathered outside the stone steps. Dark shapes hovered at the edges of the church lawn, their faces etched with worry as they conversed in hushed tones. As the car doors slammed, several parishioners recognized the couple approaching, and relief washed over their tense expressions. Father Declan had already informed many of the congregation about contacting the Harrows. While a few church elders privately disapproved of outsourcing spiritual matters to paranormal investigators rather than relying solely on prayer, desperation and fear of the unknown had swayed most minds. Clusters of people parted to let Alex and Meredith pass, their hopeful eyes following the pair who had become entwined with local lore long before this night. Both born and raised in Ashbury Heights, the Harrows' unfolding love story had blossomed into local legend over recent years, retold and embellished by longtime family friends and former high school classmates. Many still reminisced fondly about attending their hometown ceremony right here at Saint Agnes this past spring, when the unconventional psychic Meredith finally married her steadfast boyfriend on the yearly anniversary of their very first paranormal investigation together. Lifelong residents recalled the unconventional bouquet of rosemary, lavender and St. John's wort the bride carried for psychic clarity, protection and blessing. Some had smiled knowingly to see her don a lace-veil trajectories with tiny crystals rather than the traditional maiden flowers. Even Father Declan incorporated mystical elements into the otherwise traditional Catholic Mass, including a crystalline singing bowl chime signaling the newlyweds' first kiss. As a rapt audience observed Alex Harrow slip a ring engraved with tiny protective runes onto his bride's finger, more spiritually attuned guests even reported feeling an uncanny change in atmosphere, as if the veil between worlds drew back right within the flower-decked church to impart divine blessings. Indeed, the union of Meredith and Alex seemed to hold particular synchronicity given their calling as partners in investigating the unexplained. So as the Harrows passed by familiar faces outside Saint Agnes tonight, no one questioned their sudden nocturnal arrival or ability to uncover truths shrouded by forces beyond mortal comprehension. Reaching the top of the church steps where Father Declan anxiously paced, Meredith paused as the heavy oak doors groaned open. Peering into the gaping darkness within, a nameless apprehension gripped her senses. She glimpsed Alex's protective posture adjusting beside her as he scanned their surroundings. "Come quickly," the priest implored, shepherding them inside. "We shouldn't speak out here. It's much too exposed." Casting a nervous glance over his shoulder toward the fangs of encroaching forest, he secured the doors behind them with unsteady hands. "So glad you're here," he sighed once safely sealed inside. "But where do we even begin? I still can't fathom what transpired tonight." Alex cleared his throat gently as Meredith continued scrutinizing the shadowy interior. "Let's start by just walking us through the sequence of strange events from the beginning, Father," Alex suggested. We understand this all started with your church organist frantically calling you tonight. Why don't you lead us to the chapel so we can see the damage for ourselves while you fill in the details along the way?" Nodding distractedly as his gaze drifted toward the altar alcove swathed in darkness, Father Declan wordlessly led them down the side aisle with trembling steps. But when Meredith drew unexpectedly to an abrupt halt halfway to their destination, both men nearly stumbled into her from behind. "Mir, are you all right?" Alex asked with concern, placing a steadying hand at her elbow as Father Declan peered at her uneasily from over his glasses. "Did you hear something?" "No, I don't actually hear anything," Meredith responded distantly. Alex noted her pupils appeared hugely dilated in the shadows despite the meager light. "It's just, the atmosphere here. Can't you guys feel it?" She visibly shivered before rubbing her upper arms briskly as if assailed by an icy chill neither of the men experienced. "It's like a crushing weight pressing down from all sides. And so much turmoil roiling beneath the surface." Her haunted emerald gaze met Alex's, seeking reassurance just as spiritual insight collided full force. "In fact, I'm now feeling absolutely overwhelmed by the potency of restless energy accumulated in this space." Meredith slowly turned toward the front of the church, seemingly drawn toward unseen forces as her face reflected dawning alarm. "Wait." She held up a halting hand. "There's more happening here than Father Declan even conveyed over the phone earlier. Much more." Unease prickling his scalp, Alex watched Meredith drift almost unconsciously down the aisle before halting directly between the first pews with a muffled gasp. Torching his flashlight toward her, the small circle of light illuminated Meredith's stricken face as her horrified stare remained anchored to the floor. Rushing forward to see what so enthralled her, the beams revealed a sight that brought Alex skidding to his own startled halt with a sickened curse. There on the worn planks lay a woman sprawled directly before the communion rail in a pool of dark, glistening blood. Eyes staring vacantly toward the ceiling and limbs splayed at unnatural angles proclaimed her fate louder than any epitaph. The church organist, Helena Jones, was undeniably dead. "What devilment is this?" stammered Father Declan from behind them, crossing himself fervently as he gaped at the macabre tableau. "Sweet Jesus, first the cursed robbery and now murder on the very steps of God's altar. It would appear this mystery now involves violent death as well, Father," Alex said darkly. Crouching to examine the surroundings more closely, he added grimly, "And I'm willing to bet this bloody scene shares more connection to that stolen relic and weeping spirit you described seeing earlier than mere coincidence." Meredith remained rooted motionless nearby, that undeniable, listening stillness she often displayed while communing with invisible entities alerting Alex to the likelihood she psychically surveyed the scene on levels imperceptible to his earthly faculties. Meanwhile, Father Declan circled the corpse at a wary radius, pacing like an agitated specter himself. "How can I serve my congregation when such darkness defile our sanctuary?" he demanded, wringing his hands in torment. "They'll say I've lost heaven's favor for allowing wickedness to breach these holy walls unchallenged." Pausing his inspection of the body, Alex crossed over to grasp both of Father Declan's quavering shoulders, while steering the priest to sit on a front pew away from direct view of the disturbing remains. "Let's take this one disastrous revelation at a time so it doesn't get more overwhelming," Alex advised gently. "You've endured several intense shocks tonight no man should bear alone, Father. Just try to stay grounded while we sort through this mystery together, all right?" He glanced over at Meredith hovering silently in the shadows just beyond the meager flashlight's halo. Although surrounded only by the three of them, Alex recognized telltale signs his wife observed or interacted with entities invisible even to his acceptance of paranormal. Realities most citizens dismissed as fantasy. Her aura of disconnect confirmed his hunch that Melissa maintained telepathic conversation with whatever restless spirit, or even unnatural killer, still lurked inside these church walls. Returning attention to the shell-shocked priest beside him, Alex touched the man's slumped shoulder reassuringly. I know how dire this seems, but whatever darkness touched your church tonight, Meredith and I will discover the source. No need to surrender faith just yet. But first, let's piece together the full sequence of strange events so I can start fitting connections. He withdrew a slim notebook and pen from his jacket pocket. You clearly mentioned on the phone witnessing some sort of apparition yourself earlier tonight, strongly suggesting an unsettled ghost connected to this theft and now murder. We need the whole story from the beginning before Meredith and I can attempt helping resolve the situation. So tell me exactly what transpired when you first arrived here tonight. Taking a bracing breath as if preparing to relive a private hell, Father Declan turned a distressed gaze back upon the sheet-cloaked lump visible through the pews ahead as he gathered his thoughts. Alex smiled encouragingly even while internally recoiling from the gruesome sight himself. It started with the midnight call from Ms. Jones that ripped me from sleep, the priest slowly began. Between hysterical weeping and confusion, I could barely understand her pleading for me to hurry to the church. Because something was horribly wrong. She hung up before explaining further. He shook his head sadly. I should have insisted she stay put until I got here. Maybe then she'd still be. Father Declan trailed off before resuming the chilling tale. I arrived to find the chapel doors wide open and all candles extinguished, very abnormal. The sacred aura that always graced this sanctuary felt violated by some ominous presence I cannot name. His eyes screwed tightly shut against the memory. Then I discovered the smashed case and missing relic before spotting what I swear was a phantom nun crying by Saint Agnes portrait. She vanished right before my eyes just as poor Ms. Jones' body caught my attention next, a scene I pray I'll someday forget. Finished recounting events, he dropped his face wearily into shaking palms with a broken exhale. What have we done to incite devil's wrath upon this house of God? He whispered despairingly. And what further darkness awaits us now? Before Alex could supply any reassuring response, an excited cry from Meredith pulled both men's attention abruptly over to the alcove. Torch beam bobbing erratically to light her path, Alex watched his wife circle the niche repeatedly as if tracking an invisible subject. Her animated one-sided conversation suggested she clearly perceived things neither man could detect even in broad daylight, let alone this chamber dimmed by death and midnight shadows. A ritual, you say a desecration ritual took place here tonight? Meredith demanded of some phantom voice, whirling to search the vicinity. I don't understand. If not the ghost nun I saw weeping earlier, then who stole the relic? She paused, listening intently as Father Declan gawked in astonishment when a floating orb zipped wildly around her. You can't identify the thief yet reveal they unwittingly unlocked a cursed power bound to that rose for ages? Meredith carried on an intense discussion with the phantom agent. Well then, we need to notify Father Declan right away so protections around the church can be erected before. Abruptly she staggered slightly, as if shoved by invisible hands. The floating orb extinguished without warning, leaving the niche shrouded in darkness once more. No wait, come back. Meredith cried in exasperation. We still don't know nearly enough about this situation. But only a cryptic whisper lingered in the space between worlds to answer her final plea. The rose's fate now turns on thee, Harrow's seeker. A heavy silence engulfed the chapel then as all spectral traces abruptly evaporated. Alex hurried to steady Meredith as she sagged weakly. The mental communications always exhausted her, but this session seemed particularly draining. Are you all right? What the hell was all that about curses and rituals? Alex asked with concern, wrapping a supportive arm around her. Clearly we're ignorant of some critical history behind this relic thefts to have stirred up such turmoil. Heaving a rattled sigh as she gathered strength, Meredith's expression reflected deep disquiet. Honestly, Alex, I haven't got a clue beyond dire references to some ancient magical force we unwittingly unleashed in the chapel tonight. But one certainty hit home hard: there is nothing random about tonight's disturbance. This church stands directly in the crosshairs of really volatile paranormal forces stirred up by violating that Rose Relic's consecrated resting place. She bit her lip anxiously. I definitely don't think we're dealing with a routine haunting case anymore. Mystical artifacts like Saint Agnes Rose often carry convoluted histories weaving curses, blessings and supernatural consequences. We need to unravel the true origin legend around that gemstone cross before we can determine why its disturbs triggered such violence. Meredith glanced toward Father Declan, still stationary in the pew, seeming overwhelmed by the arcane implications revealed through supernatural eavesdropping neither logic nor faith could easily explain. But the shocked priest had witnessed ample evidence firsthand now that otherworldly forces encircled his church. Meredith discerned this night's uncanny events at least cracked his skepticism about the paranormal world she and Alex devoted their lives investigating. Approaching the niche for closer analysis of any residual clues, Meredith scrutinized the alcove now missing its focal display while mentally replaying the phantom informant's cryptic warnings. She brooded over its insistence some cursed power had awoken when the relic went missing, an unsettling pronouncement considering all the tragic consequences already accumulating tonight. Well, these walls undoubtedly hold centuries of secrets yet untapped, she mused aloud, thoughtfully fingering the antique wood. We really should research the full history of this church itself in case there are insights or legends useful moving forward. Glancing over her shoulder toward Father Declan slumped on the pew and looking utterly spent both physically and emotionally, Meredith suggested delicately, "Father, do you by chance keep historical archives anywhere that Alex and I could review for early details about the church's origins and any records pertaining to the Rose Relic specifically? Any trivial reference could prove valuable piecing this convoluted mystery together." Father Declan worried his lip a moment before responding carefully. "Well, the church does in fact maintain a great deal of archival materials in my office safe going back centuries, which I would happily share access for research purposes, of course." He trailed off hesitantly, looking mildly chagrined. "Although in truth, I regret most of those old church records remain as of yet unsorted after all these years. I confess never having enough hours in the days for such tedious clerical work. My duties tend to, shall we say, prioritize tending the living over cataloging musty details of the dead." Alex hid a wry smile at the admission. He suspected they faced quite an archival excavation based on the priest's scholastic priorities apparent in his chaotic quarters. "Not to worry, Father," he said kindly, while making mental note to ensure Meredith wore old clothing for their next visit. "We're actually quite skilled sorting through unconventional libraries to unearth obscure bits of intel. Just lead the way to those records whenever you can so we can launch a proper historical investigation." As the priest nodded gratefully at the offer, Meredith left the alcove and came to stand quietly alongside Alex with her body angled in a subtly protective stance he automatically adopted himself whenever possible. Gazing upward in shared reverence at Saint Agnes' time-worn face suspended above the barren cavity once housing her lost namesake treasure, husband and wife silently renewed their vow first sworn on their wedding day, that together they would shed light penetrating even the murkiest shadows haunting this aged sanctuary, or die trying. Chapter 3, A Plea for Help. Alex slowly sipped black coffee as weak dawn light filtered through the kitchen windows, watching Meredith across the farmhouse table rub her temples wearily. Neither had managed sleep since leaving the church near sunrise and reporting the organist's murder to astounded local authorities. Images from the unsettling scene still branded Alex's thoughts: the ghostly weeping nun, desecrated relic alcove, stolen rose treasure, and of course the bloody aftermath revealing that no supernatural force had committed the actual slaying. No, all evidentiary signs pointed clearly toward a human assailant whose vicious attack left a community pillar dead on the chapel floor. What infernal motivation compelled such a barbaric act remained yet unknown. Leaning back in his chair with a brooding sigh, Alex studied his wife's lovely but drained face and privately marveled at Meredith's resilience shouldering so many jarring revelations long before daybreak. She had single-handedly psychically engaged that bizarre levitating sphere, translated cryptic warnings about awakening some long-dormant evil, and even collected first-hand testimony from spirits roaming the crime scene which she would eventually share once strength returned. And yet, despite profound exhaustion from repeatedly piercing the veil shrouding incomprehensible forces, his steadfast newlywed now pored over tatty printouts of Saint Agnes, limited history rescued from the priest's overflowing bookshelves after the police interviews instead of collapsing into much-needed sleep. Truly, Alex counted himself the luckiest man alive to be bound alongside one whose mystical gifts and lion heart so perfectly balanced his own relentless drive uncovering truths concealed by the ephemeral world. Together they wove a formidable dyad against powerful forces unknown. Across the table Meredith suddenly released a dismayed groan, massaging her temples more vigorously as if to stave off migraines rooted in her very psyche. "It's no use." She tossed the ides aside in frustration. "There's scarcely any substantive early history about Saint Agnes Church included here at all. Just a generic overview of Catholic parish origins when the first families settled Ashbury Heights around 1803 to mine regional iron deposits." She smacked the fragile documents still strewn across their kitchen table, as if physical assault could somehow manifest more useful intelligence. "Nothing explaining why our church supposedly chose Saint Agnes as their namesake patron. Or reveal why this otherwise nondescript colonial chapel came to house a precious relic seemingly outside the financial means of such a fledgling mining community." She speared Alex with an entreating look. There must be more extensive church records in Father Declan's office archives to clarify when and how Saint Agnes Rose actually came here. That discourse with the levitating ghost last night certainly confirms desecrating that consecrated object is the catalyst unleashing turmoil now escalating all over town. Meredith absently traced the delicate vine pattern imprinted on her favorite teacup, brow creased in intense concentration communicating with forces only she perceived. "I swear the relic's original ownership lineage holds immense bearing on last night's ritualistic theft and subsequent murder. My psychic senses bristle at even minimal handling of the rose relic by some mysterious thief. If we cannot swiftly trace that unique antique's origin story back to its original owners, I fear we stand no chance halting the ominous psychic chain reaction already in motion." She trailed off morosely just as their phones simultaneously unleashed an irritating buzz. Checking the screens in unison, both displayed an emergency community alert issued by local authorities about an impromptu press event scheduled shortly downtown to address last night's shocking murder. "Well, speak of the devil," Alex muttered wryly. "Looks like we have front row tickets to the public circus already starting. At least Sheriff Hayes convinced the media vultures to hold off flooding our streets until after this official statement." He shook his head ruefully thinking of the elder gentleman trying to appease the rabid news outlets hungry for every gruesome detail, especially since forensics confirmed no obvious cause of death nor murder weapon at the grisly scene. If the baffled coroner's preliminary report got leaked before providing some plausible explanation justifying Helena Jones' horrific ending, Alex cringed imagining how fast panic might ignite across the valley as people's imaginations ran wild with sinister speculation. Donning their professional calm facades like protective armor, husband and wife arrived shortly at Town Hall's front steps just as Mayor Carol Walsh stepped up to the microphones lined before an anxiously murmuring crowd. Clearing his throat officiously, Sheriff Hayes unfolded a prepared statement conveying expected assurances that no further danger plagued terrified citizens even while admitting no murder suspect or motive had yet been firmly established. Handling the non-committal response from authorities poorly, reporters immediately peppered the stymied speakers with demands for transparency regarding rampant rumors of unexplained violence possibly tied to last night's church disturbance. Several eyewitness accounts leaked on social media. Alex noted uneasily, already seizing on Father Declan's panicked midnight call to gather townspeople for impromptu prayer against a demonic presence he sensed in the chapel. Before the mayor's tenuous diplomacy ruptured entirely, a sudden commotion at the crowd's edge heralded unexpected arrival of another key figure. Still dressed in wrinkled vestments after a long night administering comfort on the church steps, Father Declan himself edged into the fray with an unfamiliar man leaning heavily upon his shoulder. The stranger's disheveled suit and haggard expression paired with Father Declan's solicitous hovering identified him even before hushed exclamations rippled through the crowd. For alongside the priest now stood none other than Connor Hawthorne, county commissioner recently elected on promises to revive the valley's languishing fortunes. Meredith and Alex exchanged startled glances. Neither recalled meeting the newcomer since his family moved into the region a mere handful of years back to purchase the bankrupt Darlington Mill. Keeping low social profile while pouring resources into economic recovery projects hardly bred familiarity. Yet even the Harrows recognized immediately that Hawthorne's unexpected attendance at this circus hinted important developments still brewing out of sight. They edged nearer to hear his input over the suddenly riotous din. Raising a frail hand like a prophet preparing to preach, Hawthorne's arresting rasp compelled all arguments toward silence. Once assured of rapt audience, the commissioner drew himself fully upright with an almost preternatural vigor kindling his feverish gaze. Good people, do not be swayed by either rumors or these inadequate platitudes from officials too dull of mind to comprehend what plagues us. Hawthorne declared hoarsely. Mark me, there is no mystery regarding the true devilry afoot. He pointed a damning finger toward the church visible down the lane whose cracks and shadows now seemed so ominous. Our beloved Saint Agnes suffered violation by some blasphemous thief in the night. Is it not plain the missing relic corrupted a weak-willed soul to horrific violence in the aftermath? Hawthorne paced the landing like an exiled ruler decreeing truths against rampant ignorance. Even stoic Sheriff Hayes bristled under such brazen scolding. Laugh not, for I swear to you that relic safeguarded a sacred power beyond mortal ken, the commissioner rasped, his exhortation kindling fanatical fire in once dulled eyes. My grandparents oft spoke in hushed tones about its legendary healing gifts granted only unto the pure of heart. Its theft now leaves us sorely exposed. Pausing for breath, he massaged his chest gingerly before continuing his startling revelations. Recall that only recently my own constitution began rapidly declining despite sound upbringing. None of the experts can explain my infirmity, yes. Yet my soul whispers that in losing Saint Agnes' cherished protection, some curse has slipped instead to poison my vitality from within. Hawthorne raised pleading hands toward the nervously whispering assembly. Return my chances of redemption along with the revered relic. I beseech whoever tore it from holy keeping, have mercy and restore what power governs life and death before claiming more souls about this village. His stunning ultimatum stunned the rapt observers into dazed silence. Alex frowned contemplating how skillfully this ailing man deflected attention from the shocking murder by dangling tantalizing clues about the Rose's supposedly miraculous legend instead. Hawthorne clearly understood mass psychology well enough to recognize magic and mysticism always hijacked attention from even bloodshed. As the compelling speech concluded, Meredith gently pulled Alex several steps back from the gradually dispersing crowd wearing similarly thoughtful expressions beneath the surface shock. Now isn't that an interesting development, she murmured delicately. The man makes rather theatrical inferences that relic is responsible for ongoing chaos since getting swiped from its protected altar cavity. Suppose there is any legitimacy to all that miracle lore about Saint Agnes Rose? Alex cast a considering look back at Hawthorne, now leaning wearily upon Father Declan as reporters encircled them. "You mean, can we lend any credence to extravagant claims that the stolen icon harbors actual divine magical properties instead of merely mysterious history?" He shrugged noncommittally. "I admit the Soothsayer Act proved convincing enough to shift scrutiny off current homicide investigations. But beyond vague family legends, what evidence supports his whole dogmatic theory?" Meredith shrugged, subconsciously twisting a copper hair around her finger, a childhood habit resurfacing whenever she mentally engaged forces beyond the veil. "Hard to evaluate given we've only just launched investigating the Rose relic myself," she admitted. But sincerity rang true in that plea just now. Hawthorne clearly believes the Rose's mythic power interlinks with his declining health somehow. She nodded firmly to herself. "I definitely aim clarifying fact from folktale about its rumored miraculous abilities by finally sorting through Father Declan's archives this afternoon as suggested earlier. Perhaps the answer lies buried amid centuries of parish records." Alex smiled approvingly that his wife already aligned their next logical steps chasing this runaway mystery. Linking arms as they tuned to depart, husband and wife gained distance from the evolving drama downtown to resume the far more critical quest toward comprehending what ancient forces conspired against Saint Agnes Church last eve, and why violent ruination followed in the relic's absence. Chapter 4: Residual Energy. The resounding thud echoed through the dusty church attic as an overstuffed archive box toppled off the precarious stack Meredith was rummaging through. She grimaced, bracing herself for the reprimand Father Declan would undoubtedly bellow up the tight stairwell over, causing yet another disturbance. However, only attentive silence continued filling the cramped space instead, interrupted solely by periodic scritching as Alex's pen detailed pertinent discoveries on a nearby notepad. After spending several futile hours buried among the haphazard collection seeking useful intel about the lost relic's origin to no avail, Meredith decided gratification that she hadn't outright demolished the attic counted victory enough today. With a muffled groan she collapsed atop a neighboring crate, massaging her knotted shoulders after contorting through the moth-eaten detritus crowding every surface as available light gradually faded outside. "We might as well pack up for the night with what vague leads we've gathered so far," she huffed out in resigned frustration. "At this rate I'll transform permanently into a hunchbacked crone without ever finding conclusive records explaining how or when Saint Agnes' dubiously precious namesake treasure found its way here." Across the cramped space she noticed Alex pause to flash a commiserating half-smile over one shoulder without glancing up from the archaic property deeds and crumbling council minutes spread before him. "Well, I promise undying affection even should you become permanently handicapped excavating this avalanche of antique paperwork instead of actual construction dig sites," he teased gently. Adding a newly discovered document atop an unsteady pile threatening imminent collapse if jostled, he glanced at his wristwatch before carefully threading a path across the precarious floor carpeted in teetering evidence of Father Declan's hoarding tendencies through recent decades. "But your frustration gets perfectly valid, love," Alex conceded more gently, coming to stand beside where Meredith sprawled in momentary defeat. His sturdy warmth radiated steady comfort when she leaned wearily against his legs like sentinel guardians. "I must concur nothing uncovered here connects definitively to the Rose relic's history yet, nor explains why that antique foreign to early settlers still managed enshrinement within an otherwise routine Catholic parish." Alex gestured helplessly at the decaying stacks surrounding them on all sides. "Perhaps sharp focus can prompt new angles tomorrow, but frankly I expect we'll need expanding search parameters soon rather than blindly expect elusive answers to emerge from this unmapped abyss." Meredith sighed, knowing his rational deduction unfortunately proved correct despite her esoteric senses insisting critical clues lay buried somewhere amidst this sea of irrelevant antique documents and artifacts. Materials stuffed haphazardly inside deteriorating boxes represented the accumulative heritage of Ashbury Heights itself once the fledgling community expanded around burgeoning silver mines in later decades and welcomed waves of immigrant populations blending customs from myriad homelands. Surely evidence still waited here to unravel Saint Agnes' history entwining so irrevocably with the church now desecrated, she brooded in vexation. But just as her husband advised, trying to isolate such ethereal threads connecting to their target relic from this unfathomable hoard could take months neither time nor circumstance allowed. A sudden sharp crack echoed through the confined space, followed instantly by the stomach-churning sounds of splintering timber and crumbling debris. Before Meredith could flinch, Alex's strong grip locked under her arms, effortlessly swinging both their bodies away in unison from the tower of heavy crates abruptly crashing onto the precise spot they'd recently occupied. Heart-pounding wildly, Meredith could only gape in astonishment at the absolute avalanche of family heirlooms now burying that section of formerly visible floorboards beneath the devastating weight and density of antique belongings ruthless gravity exerted without warning. She felt Alex's instinctively protective embrace flex tighter, sensing his accelerated heartbeat hammering against where her shoulder blades pressed firmly along his chest. "Whoa, remind me that we definitely require hard hats working up here in future." Alex's breath stirred tendrils of her hair, relief at their near miss flooding his exclamation. Twisting slightly to examine his face over one shoulder, Meredith noted his hazel eyes already scanned their surroundings, assessing structural stability after the alarming incident. Before she could formulate any response, however, a resounding metallic bang followed by scuffling footsteps on the level below captured both their attentions. Frozen in uncertainty whether ancient floorboards or priority clues had just gotten sacrificed to the whims of physics upstairs, they listened silently as agitated voices drifted up from ground level. Father Declan's signature authoritative tones modulated by Sheriff Hayes measured cadence made the speakers recognizable long before actual verbiage became coherent. Exchanging puzzled glances at this unexpected visitation well after standard public hours, much less during their unprecedented archival siege upstairs, Meredith realized resolution waited below one way or another regarding damage assessments. Alex seemed to interpret her transparent thoughts accurately, judging by the wry twist shaping his lips as he helped carefully extricate her from the potentially unreliable section. "Well, shall we go find out whether we'll get evicted for demolishing church architecture, or else held hostage based on whatever fresh devilry the good sheriff wants our insight about at this hour?" Alex quipped quietly, tucking her under his sturdy shoulder in subtle chivalric effort, guarding his wife from additional stray projectiles still possibly forthcoming amidst the structural disarray. Smiling despite herself at the protective gesture, Meredith allowed him, steering them sideways down the precarious narrow staircase without stumbling over her own less coordinated feet. Bursting back into Father Declan's comfortably familiar office space felt akin to emerging from some stifling previous century attic time capsule into the modern era's climate-controlled environment. Near the doorway, Sheriff Hayes paused expectantly beneath an otherwise innocuous painting of a serene lakeside landscape, appearing marginally less premises about this after-hours visitation than the agitated priest hovering rigidly beside a nearby leather couch, looking distinctly ruffled by their unheralded entrance. Alex cleared his throat gently before Father Declan sputtered indignities over the sudden intrusion by public officials at questionable hours, much less without formal invitation beyond politely addressing the sheriff first. "Good evening, Bill. We just overheard your rather emphatic arrival and thought it wise investigating promptly rather than hide upstairs wondering what fresh crisis might be stirring so late on your watch." Hayes granted the younger man a strained but grateful half-smile in acknowledgement of this considerate greeting tactic aimed calming their flustered host before matters unnecessarily escalated toward outright confrontation. "Evening to you both as well. Under admittedly inconvenient circumstances," the sheriff sighed with strained diplomacy. His hooded gaze strayed reluctantly back toward Father Declan, still bristling silently at this unorthodox visitation. I surely hope we didn't drag your investigative efforts too far astray by arriving unannounced to follow up a new concern. Declan and I actually just finished hashing through necessary specifics when your remarkable timing emerged out of thin air." He trailed off leadingly as Father Declan huffed exasperation through flared nostrils to punctuate personal indignity over surprise guests waylaying his expected peaceful evening. Offering their unassuming host a conciliatory smile instead, Meredith delicately cleared the lingering awkward tension by changing subject entirely as distraction. "Well, we only recently concluded research for the night ourselves upstairs actually, Sheriff," she assured kindly before glancing curiously between both discomfited men. "But judging from all the thundering commotion through floorboards a few minutes ago, I take it this isn't merely casual check-in visit about recent shocking events." Hayes shook his head gravely, confirming her intuitions correct that some fresh development awaited beyond basic murder updates. "Indeed, we did not intend simply friendly neighborhood disturbance without purpose," he agreed heavily. "I only wish emerging details didn't exacerbate already concerning devilment plaguing our vulnerable community of late." He drew a fortifying breath as if stealing conviction that sharing unpleasant realities proved necessary despite personal reservations. "You see, our coroner finally completed analysis just this evening regarding how exactly the poor organist woman sustained such grotesque fatal injuries right inside a supposedly sacred hall. Only, well, the medical conclusions frankly defy all scientific explanation." The sheriff exhaled sharply as if expelling the inadequate words themselves rather than stale air alone. "In short, neither evidence nor expertise supports rationale for the convulsing, paralysis and appallingly internal trauma that killed her. No murder weapons nor recognizable forensic patterns detected whatsoever." Hayes dragged fingers through neatly trimmed silver hair in uncharacteristic agitation. Any possible diagnostic cause literally got ruled out during exhaustive lab tests on tissue and fluids and such. But with no alternative scientifically plausible options, that leaves only. He awkwardly trailed off, allowing the unspoken words to fill uncomfortable void. "Supernatural implications." Alex and Meredith exchanged startled looks as enlightenment dawned that Helena Jones' bizarre homicide apparently bore irrefutable paranormal hallmarks medicine alone failed deciphering. Father Declan started pacing between nearby bookcases and side chairs, crystal tumbler abandoned near his customary seat behind the broad walnut desk as their elderly pastor transformed startling confession into frenetic motion instead. "You see, unexplainable mechanisms in the night. Unnatural violence without worldly source," he burst out, gesturing sharply to punctuate rising agitation. The aging priest rounded suddenly on Hayes, demanding accountability stained by fear for his vulnerable flock as no scientific assurances emerged. "What infernal danger trespassed our sanctuary during sacrilegious robbery to then claim blameless life so brutally on consecrated ground, Sheriff? I assure you simple ghosts prove not the source. Foul entities now haunt where only heavenly host belonged prior." Abruptly his voice and strength seemed to fail the flustered clergyman as his frantic motions ceased and Father Declan slumped sideways onto the sofa behind him, head clutched tightly between both palms as if compressing rampant anxieties might refrain their gushing flow. "This desecration has unleashed forces beyond my holy charge to face alone," he whispered hoarsely, appearing for once truly an elderly gentleman rather than steadfast community pillar who confidently marshaled both civic obedience and moral courage from those dependent upon his spiritual leadership during recent chaos. Meredith hurried forward, masculine figures forgotten as her nurturing instincts focused solely comforting this proud mentor abruptly disarmed and defeated by otherworldly implications neither scripture nor security forces seemed capable combating. Settling close beside the elderly priest on couch cushions worn velvety soft by similar seekers of spiritual solace before her, she gently enveloped Father Declan's trembling frame within a gracious embrace exactly as her own. Affectionate grandmother so often sheltered distressed family from harsh realities. His escalating mortal fear transmitted acutely through supernatural wavelengths Meredith uniquely harnessed like psychic radio frequencies attuned identifying deeper origins fueling surface distress. Probing those empathic channels connecting her uniquely to this cherished community elder, Meredith tuned discernment toward isolating potential external influences menacing Father Declan specifically. But where expected dark tendrils or frigid spectral echoes typically tingled her sensory periphery when malevolent entities encroached nearby, she surprisingly detected negligible evidence indicating any invisible foe currently swarmed their location. No outside presence visibly triggered the priest's abrupt collapse despite his panicked imprecations against invading hellions. Perplexed now over his volatile reactions outstripping external supports, Meredith concentrated inner focus toward just regulating the clergyman's uneven breathing instead. Soothing warmth and stability flowed effortlessly down her limbs encircling his trembling frame, breathing steady rhythm into shared air until Father Declan independently rediscovered composure again. When finally he resurfaced to gingerly extract himself from her side, Meredith was satisfied noting the familiar dignity realigning his posture despite sorrow and fatigue weighing down lids and limbs alike. Her hands remained clasped reassuringly over his wrinkled ones without pressure, allowing space for stability to cement while the elderly pastor marshaled psychological forces inward once more. Across the study both Alex and Sheriff Hayes mutually elected polite ignorance over any perceived intimacy witnessed in the interim. Meredith smiled faintly acknowledging her husband's considerate nature allowing fragile masculinity opportunity saving face. Turning attention back solely onto their agitated host instead, Alex navigated carefully neutral waters inquiring what precisely escalated anxiety so severely in Father Declan given lack of overt supernatural stimuli inside the secured rectory quarters currently. In response Hayes stepped forward solemnly conveying compound apprehension over debriefing additional unsettling discoveries downtown in chaotic aftermath from the horrific but inexplicable slaying. I regret layering further madness onto what burdens already weigh too heavily regarding safety of your church and citizens, the sheriff sighed gravely with sincerely apologetic eyes boring into the pastor's worn expression. Unfortunately civic unrest spreads faster than spilled lamp oil in close quarters, so keeping you abreast changing temperaments downtown serves protecting everyone best in the long run. Hayes glanced reluctantly across at Alex and Meredith again hovering nearby. Naturally when the preposterous coroner conclusions leaked from closed circles this afternoon, public theories and fears soon followed suit rejecting all scientific rationale for the organist's bizarre murder. Anxiety already smoldered after that weird scene here 2 nights back, but now people openly accuse demonic possession over logic or justice. The sheriff snorted in disgust. Never expected hearing fantasy terms like exorcism and ectoplasm thrown about my streets either, yet suddenly that's all anyone cries out for. So putting aside modern mentality myths already kindling hysteria out there, he warned pointedly, what truly spurs my extra vigilance is certain shadier community members openly suggesting your recent, shall we say unexplained midnight incident specifically invited wrathful spirits manifesting downtown too. At this impertinent insinuation Father Declan predictably bristled defensively once more despite soothing efforts keeping irrational temper in check. Alex stepped forward laying a placating palm onto their host's tense shoulder instead while flashing an admonishing look toward the shuffling sheriff not appreciating diplomatic failures stirring unnecessary outrage. I'm sure you meant no outright accusation against this parish given long positive working rapport with local faith leaders, correct Bill? He clarified gently. Let's instead stay focused on what safety precautions seem prudent to reinforce community protections already in place across the board. Pausing for affirming confirmation no divisive energy lingered before continuing, Alex's stabilizing authority. Smoothed residual ruffles left by Hayes' poorly framed cautions. Meredith felt a swell of pride witnessing her beloved's masterful guidance steering their counsel toward shared priorities and vision which too often stagnated behind stubborn egos or privileged bias even among well-meaning men. Truly balanced justice manifested through equality advocacy, a lesson society still struggled embracing in practice despite supposedly advancing modern ideals. But her affectionate reflections scattered abruptly when sharp cracking noise exploded directly behind their assembly, followed instantly by resounding crash as heavy picture frame plunged onto the flagstone hearth inches from where they conferred. All four stared dumbfounded at expensive oil canvas now lying ruined atop scattered shards from its shattered frame unexpectedly torn free without warning from fastenings above the fireplace. Eerie revelations left everyone stunned speechless until Alex cautiously stepped forward. Writing the painted lake scene revealed a gaping absence where screws and packed plaster formerly reinforced its square outline high on the wall. Probing the ragged vacancy warily, Alex muttered, "Well, cannot claim expecting that random chaos." He trailed off pensively before adding, "Suppose we better notify your carpenter about securing replacements soon before." "Look!" Father Declan's stunned gasp shredded Alex's suggestion mid-sentence. All gazes swiveled toward where the flabbergasted priest pointed with visibly trembling hand, his face suddenly matching the canvas ashes scattered nearby for ghastly paleness. There on the exposed stone cantilevered above their heads glowed a vivid carmine radiance beaming outward through formerly innocuous bricks concealing the latent spectacle now revealed. Angular script precisely resembling messages scrawled across other nearby surfaces earlier suddenly manifested across the glowing surface as if conjured by unseen hands. Beware the rose. Chapter 5, Omens. Meredith slowly sipped chamomile tea, gazing pensively out the kitchen window into the muted gray dawn. She hadn't slept well, dreams filled with thorny vines choking phantom cries and a woman's pleading voice echoing the chilling words they'd found carved above the fireplace last night. Alex entered briskly, phone in hand. "Just spoke with Father Declan. He said the glowing message finally faded around 3 a.m. and the mason is working on sealing it up." He sighed, running a hand through already tousled hair. "I told him we'd stop by to check for residual energy once it's repaired. Who knows whether that bizarre warning was a harmless prank or legitimate omen." Meredith nodded. "Agreed. But either way, clearly someone, or something, doesn't want us investigating the roses." Disappearance. She frowned. "We need to keep our eyes peeled for anything suspicious." Alex poured coffee, glancing at her worriedly. "Speaking of suspicious, you look exhausted. Those nightmares again?" "More intense this time," she admitted. "Threatening voices, ghostly screams, never a good sign. We have to figure this out before things escalate." They finished breakfast in pensive silence before heading downtown, but an unexpected sight greeted them across from the church. Commissioner Connor Hawthorne stood on the sidewalk, arguing vehemently with Father Declan. Even from a distance, Hawthorne's condition had visibly worsened. "Please, Father, you must help," he rasped loudly, clutching the priest's arm as townspeople stared. "The healing relic belongs to me now by divine right. I wasted precious time entrusting its recovery to others. But no one believes my warnings." Father Declan gently extracted himself. "Commissioner Hawthorne, you are unwell and not thinking clearly. Return home to rest and we shall." "Fool!" Hawthorne roared, spraying spittle. "While you spout hollow platitudes, my soul slips closer to oblivion. I will not be denied salvation." He stormed off and nearly collapsed until his assistant caught him. Meredith eyed the snaking purple lesions, marring his skin as he limped away. Definitely worsening. But was it disease, or something supernatural? They found Father Declan slumped on the rectory steps. Alex sat beside the shaken priest. "Are you all right?" We heard that tirade. Father Declan crossed himself wearily. I confess that man unnerves me. This wild fixation about needing Saint Agnes rose, it borders on ungodly. Meredith squeezed his shoulder. His condition seems connected to the rose's theft somehow. We intend investigating that angle next. The elderly priest managed a tremulous smile. Your support brings me immeasurable comfort. I only pray we solve this mystery before violence and mayhem overtake my flock. After ensuring he was settled, Meredith lingered in the foyer experiencing sudden vertigo. Gripping a pillar, disturbing images flashed, bodies lined up before the altar, amorphous shadows descending from fiery skies, a screaming face melding into hers. The vision shattered as Alex grabbed her swaying shoulders. Meredith. Are you all right? She grasped his hand to steady herself. Yes, sorry, just felt dizzy for a second. She hesitated. I think visiting the desecrated chapel triggered it. Alex studied her intently. What exactly did you see? Horrific images, chaos and death inside the church. She shuddered. I hope they're just nightmares, not grim premonitions. In the chapel, repairs concealed the glowing warning from last night. But Meredith still sensed turmoil swirling within these walls. Closing her eyes, she filtered through jumbled impressions, seeking actual spirits rather than psychic echoes. A familiar essence flickered briefly, sad, frightened yet unable to fully manifest. It's her again. Meredith murmured. The ghost nun keeps trying to warn us, but she's too weak. Sorrow and frustration welled inside her, sensing this trapped soul's desperation. Alex rested his hands on her shoulders. Don't overtax yourself attempting contact, he advised gently. We'll keep digging through historical records about that nun and the relic. Maybe more clues await in Father Declan's overflowing archives. Outside, they noticed the churchyard had emptied abruptly. The atmosphere felt heavier too. Ominous even. Exchanging puzzled glances, they headed for the parked car just as screams echoed from across the street. The local cafe's second-story bay window shattered, raining glass and an entire table crashing onto the sidewalk inches from where Commissioner Hawthorne stood gaping. His assistant lay on the ground, leg twisted at an alarming angle. Meredith raced over, waving Alex towards the restaurant owner now shouting into his phone. I swear Mike, it wasn't secure just a minute ago. This whole thing collapsed without warning. Meredith tuned out the conversation, focusing on the assistant writhing in agony. She placed her hands gently over his ankle, allowing healing energy to flow until paramedics rushed over. Hawthorne still stood frozen, staring numbly at his aide's bloody face. Was anyone still upstairs when the window broke? Alex asked the frazzled cafe owner. No. We would have heard screams or something, he insisted. City inspector checked the foundation and everything recently too. It just suddenly broke loose. He crossed himself nervously. Meredith and Alex exchanged uneasy looks. Had her earlier vision been one omen among many still coming? Over the next few days, atmosphere within Ashbury Heights grew increasingly oppressive as strange incidents multiplied. Swarms of aggressive hornets sent the mayor's staff fleeing their offices. New fissures erupted across sidewalks outside the police station, nearly swallowing a pedestrian. Equipment failures plagued various businesses until half the town lacked power. And everywhere they went, Meredith swore shadows gathered a bit denser while frigid gusts swirled just out of sight. Sleep hadn't returned easily either between her and Alex. The vague sense of being watched from unseen depths permeated their home, fraying nerves and heightening anxiety about this case's escalating supernatural facets no amount of sage smudging seemed to deter. It's like everything and everyone even remotely tied to Saint Agnes is suddenly jinxed, Alex remarked one evening, absently massaging Meredith's tense shoulders as local news reported yet another bizarre incident nearby. "Or cursed," Meredith replied grimly. Alex nodded. "The history we've uncovered about that rose relic suggests it was rumored to protect the church. Do you think its theft revoked some kind of metaphysical shield from the building and grounds?" "Could be," Meredith mused. "Perhaps that protection extended outward over the whole town as well. Might explain why everything nearby appears suddenly vulnerable." She twisted to peer at her husband's furrowed brow. "If stealing that relic also removed safeguards from this entire area somehow, what do you suppose that implies about the consequences still ahead?" Before Alex could respond, his phone jangled. Sheriff Hayes' number flashed urgently. "Just got word there's been an accident over at Shadowpine," came the sheriff's anxious voice. "Connor Hawthorne somehow took a bad fall on his property. Banged up real bad, raving nonsense when the medics arrived." Meredith gripped Alex's arm. Shadowpine Manor was Hawthorne's imposing family estate on the outskirts of town. They had planned investigating whether the reputedly haunted location or family history connected to Saint Agnes Church somehow. "We're on our way," Alex told the sheriff grimly before grabbing his coat. "I knew something terrible would happen to Hawthorne," Meredith declared, heart pounding. "He's been unraveling since the relic was stolen. You heard his public meltdowns." Alex nodded. "And now he's apparently sustained unknown injuries at the one site with potential clues tying his ancestor to that church relic." He glanced at Meredith's worried face. "Seems our list of leads to chase keeps growing. But I swear to you, Mir, whatever darkness is orchestrating these sinister events won't remain hidden much longer." Chapter 6: The Alchemist's Echoes. Alex frowned down at crumbling property records documenting a land purchase by one Baron Godwin Koenig, dated April 3, 1804. The name caught his eye as it matched that of Shadowpine's current owner, the peculiar aristocrat they'd been seeking more background on already. This surprise discovery sparked Alex's instincts that solving Saint Agnes' escalating nightmare linked directly back to the Koenig dynasty's buried secrets. Tracing the faintly scribbled line item revealed Baron Godwin had financed transferring a large territory parcel for usage as Ashbury Heights' first church and rectory construction apparently. Alex leaned back thoughtfully, thick brows furrowed. This long-forgotten document suggested Shadowpine's founding patriarch helped establish their current parish by providing its very cornerstone plot over 2 centuries ago for obscure reasons lost to time. Across the table Meredith yawned, squinting against the halo of light cast by Alex's desk lamp across increasingly chaotic stacks of scattered historical texts and property transactions dating to the region's earliest Euro-American settlers. Her auburn hair stuck out at odd angles suggesting a girl who found her niche bunking at ghost-busting slumber parties rather than conformist finishing schools. The sight sparked an involuntary smile despite Alex mentally juggling numerous perplexing clues. "Well, I finally potentially isolated our first solid lead in days," he announced, shaking his head wryly when she jolted in her seat as if having nodded off unintentionally. "Oh. Share details then please," Meredith replied through another gaping yawn, hastily sitting straighter and blinking hard against drowsiness hazing her emerald eyes. Alex turned the antique vellum record so she could glimpse the ornate Gothic script across yellowed pages, indicating the frayed paper trail unexpectedly linking their current investigation back over 2 centuries into regional history. "Take a look, seems the parcel Saint Agnes occupies originally got deeded by this Baron Godwin Koenig ancestor. A little digging shows he also financed the chapel's entire construction back when this was just a lawless mining settlement." He drummed his fingers reflexively against several additional property maps recently unearthed from the historical archives downstairs. "Thing is, there's no clear explanation yet why some aristocrat would bother funding a small civilian church so far from his family base out near Sterling Gorge. Nor have I found information about what connects this long-dead Koenig with Saint Agnes herself." Meredith perked up a bit, psychically attuned instincts peaking as tangible mysteries surfaced to solve at last rather than chasing blind what appeared increasingly like vengeful supernatural forces randomly lashing out at their town and hapless citizens. Well, that certainly raises more questions, she remarked slowly, reaching to trace the ornately embellished signature Alex indicated. Why ever would remote aristocracy invest such effort elevating a fledgling community he lacked common bonds with otherwise? And how might Baron Godwin possibly have known details about our patron Saint Agnes that lent her such reverence still today? She furrowed her brow pensively. Seems like researching Shadapine's own history should shed light now, including any links connecting the Koenig lineage or estate more directly with that imported relic during their era over a century ago. Pausing thoughtfully a moment, Meredith added, wonder if ghostly echoes remain there recalling bygone days in those aged halls that I might glean insights from speaking with. Alex nodded approvingly. My thinking exactly. Clearly we need investigating that ancestral manor itself rather than only grilling poor addled descendant Sir Walter any further during his convalescence. A muted chime sounded from his abandoned cell phone. Glancing at the notifications bar revealed a brief but urgent text message from Father Declan sent just minutes before requesting they return to the church promptly regarding remarkable discovery requiring your swift input. Exchanging startled looks at this cryptic yet timely summons, husband and wife hurriedly abandoned the historical wormhole of archives to answer the priest's unexpected request. Their tires crunched over accumulating autumn foliage scattered across the empty streets by fitful seasonal winds warning winter's bitter approach. But the beautiful New England foliage held scant distraction this year given present circumstances swirling through town. Arriving to find Father Declan pacing the rectory entry hall with a dusty box squatting nearby, relief swept the elderly cleric's expression at sight of them. His customary unflappable dignity appeared strained to near breaking however, evidenced by mud-encrusted trousers and twigs protruding from lank gray hair. Something had clearly agitated the typically meticulous pastor into quite the disheveled state very recently. Thank heaven you've come swiftly, he exclaimed without preamble while hustling everyone toward his private study. Just an hour ago groundskeepers uncovered the most disturbing anomaly while landscaping the property line out back. You simply must scrutinize these bizarre objects straight away and determine what despicable origins they portend. Reaching his office only increased bewilderment at what marked Father Declan's grating agitation so intensely based on mild curiosity or concern creasing his guests' expressions. Meredith in particular emanated receptive calm through psychic wavelengths Alex relied upon recognizing when phenomena far exceeding mortal comprehension confronted them beyond baseline perceptions. But their elderly host seethed volatile distress while shoving the battered box unceremoniously under her nose rather than explaining further. Go on then my dear, show me your paranormal magical specialty applies toward deciphering unholy artifacts, he exclaimed shrilly. Clearly you wield unique talents commune with nether realms. So kindly now apply insight informing exactly what hellish forces these strange emblems represent. Meredith recoiled slightly at both his harsh tone and forceful handling of items overflowing the unmarked container, although her voice remained steady answering his challenge. If you could clarify what was unearthed or where precisely so I better understand the full context, examining objects through psychic imprints works more effectively toward accurate interpretations, she explained neutrally. I promise inspecting these discoveries more closely to help identifying their potential origins. Somewhat mollified by her placating terms Father Declan replied less sharply while gesturing them all into seats around his desk. Quite right, deepest apologies for brusque behavior, he acknowledged wearily, removing glasses to wipe suddenly damp eyes. This morning's incident rattled nerves severely I confess after so much ongoing turmoil already plaguing my vulnerable church and community. The aging priest inhaled deeply before continuing less emotionally. I suppose you could say curiosity itself brought these troublesome items to light however. I recently contracted landscapers removing overgrown vegetation from our boundary with the adjacent graveyard, aiming to survey the grounds, fully intending to install more security precautions. His eyes flashed with renewed outrage, recalling the invasive damages already accrued inside what should be sacrosanct walls under heavenly protection and secular law alike. In midst clearing decades of ivy and stray saplings, though, workers unexpectedly broke through into a crumbling hollow we never documented existing right against church infrastructure. Some long-buried underground site still ripe with strange paraphernalia unlike any respectable artifacts. He slid the battered box nearer Meredith with an apprehensive shiver. Faced with such ungodly rubbish uncovered literally beneath sanctuary foundation, I summoned your unique expertise straight away. Hopefully you can shed light on what profane activities transpired around our blessed sanctuary unbeknownst. Meredith leaned forward eagerly, psychic senses undoubtedly humming as her fingers hovered just shy of direct contact while analyzing the discovery's inexplicable contents. Alex did likewise, sharp intellect honing analytical observations in complementary fashion, guarding his beloved against potential backlash when she immersed among unstable forces swirling within the portable trove of unknown origin. Nestled inside the uneven carton lay an eclectic assortment ranging from desiccated botanical bundles and crude farming tools caked in decades of dirt to more unusually a distressed leather journal whose inlaid pentagram insignia stood out prominently despite extensive wear. Alex gently lifted the nondescript volume cracked open to a random midpoint, raising eyebrows at elaborate sigils and archaic verbiage cramming every inch in a chaotic visual riot. "Well, this certainly supports paganism versus any standard religious practices," he remarked. "Definitely an esoteric grimoire of some sort rather than consecrated liturgy." He carefully set the unsettling tome aside and selected a tarnished silver chalice engraved similarly with unfamiliar cryptic runes inside the shallow bowl rather than any Christian narratives. Especially paired with ritual objects like this ornate grail undoubtedly meant channeling alternative spiritual forces, let's say. Probably even the remains over here. "I proclaim these satanic desecrations must be purged by cleansing fire straight away," Father Declan interjected shrilly, half rising from behind the desk in renewed agitation. But before additional panicked objections erupted, something else snared Meredith's riveted attention, judging by abruptly unfocusing from physical surroundings. Alex gently brushed his knuckles against her wrist in subtle request, parlaying messages between planes. After long moments suspended externally from conscious environs, Meredith finally blinked rapidly and shook her wavy mane slightly as if reorienting from far psychic journeying. "Phew, well, this collection holds much more extensive history with Saint Agnes Church than guessed," she proclaimed. "I definitely channeled some, let's say intense spiritual echoes imprinted within several ritual relics that our landscapers accidentally dredged up here." She trailed off slightly before continuing earnestly. "In fact, I believe the underground hollow discovered against church foundations may actually be remnants of the original structure previously occupying this precise location well before establishment converted the site into today's sanctuary building." Meredith leaned forward excitedly, vibrant energy crackling as revelations bridged mystical forces. "If my psychic interpretation proves correct, centuries ago some manner of esoteric brotherhood occupied this pocket ley line junction conducting ritual spellcraft and alchemy." Father Declan blanched, crossing himself swiftly several times against such abhorrent desecration suggested befouling his century-old church. But Meredith pressed on urgently, spirit divination unleashing critical history. "I glimpsed men gathered wearing hooded robes bearing the same symbology branded inside that disturbing journal, definitely occult sorcerers wielding forces beyond Christendom." She shivered involuntarily from sensitivity. Combing through the imprinted vestiges embedded within confiscated tools once utilized practicing such dark arts. Unfortunately, their eldritch fellowship eventually faced violent catastrophe when religious forces discovered activities being conducted practically under the noses of fledgling church officials nearby. Echoes of ruthless persecution at righteous hands for perceived devilry still cling here. She shook her head somberly while the elderly priest seemed torn between vindication over their ancient downfall and dismay lingering unhallowed residues yet plagued parish grounds presently. Tragically, I cannot glean identifying details about the destroyed mystical enclave or its specific members, Meredith continued reluctantly. The lingering traces only convey profound bitterness toward former Brotherhood members who escaped fleeing the surprise purging. Perhaps living descendants inherited negative karmic consequences. She trailed off pensively before adding, "Oh, except apparently the master engineer whose intricate plans guided the orientation ley lines harnessing this site's concentrated power initially. Seems the disciples held that individual particularly responsible for failures ultimately dashing their ambitions, maximizing such forces tapped here through multi-generational dedication." Meredith glanced between both transfixed men with somber revelation etched upon her delicate features. If extermination of their entire sacred order stemmed directly from catastrophic flaws in secret blueprints underlying church construction itself, no wonder echoes of resentment still fester among spirits bound to this location by tragedy. A heavy moment passed while the air vibrated, processing Meredith's astonishing insights about their church's unexpectedly dark heritage. Eventually she pushed the disturbing box gently away with a withdrawn expression. "Well, I cannot glean further details clairvoyantly no matter how deeply tuning in," Meredith confessed regretfully. "But hopefully the vague background now revealed about this land's invisible legacy offers some direction moving ahead at least." Father Declan remained motionless behind his desk, hands tightly knitted against ashen cheeks while staring fixedly towards some unseen reckoning foreshadowed inside distressed imagination. But Alex leaned forward, catching Meredith's smaller hands bracingly between his own larger calloused palms, still shy of vowing lifelong protection during tender moments beneath spring's flowering arbor months ago. "Your gifts may not reveal every last detail just yet, darling, but clearly we've uncovered critical backstory tying yesterday's hearth discovery and these earlier artifacts together with Saint Agnes, hidden history already," he said gently. Through the light contact, psychic impressions transferred emotionally from his newly pronounced wife. "Don't worry if no quick solution emerges explaining the dreams and strange incidents escalating locally either. This layer should still help fill some blanks moving forward, even facing more uncertainty ahead before solving the core mystery about whatever really connects the stolen relic back to this church's founding origins." Inside, Alex smiled proudly, reflecting on their formidable teamwork, unraveling obscure threads, knotting paradoxical forces in play. Truly equal partners blessed with complementary strengths and uncanny chemistry, collectively extracting resolution against unknown adversity. Another heavy moment passed before Father Declan finally looked up from haunted reflections with a stricken expression. "Dire days loom if conspirators truly breach sanctified ground, laying nefarious blueprints from ages past," he whispered ominously. "Tell me, travelers treading the unseen, shall we prevail, defeating the patient corruptors burrowing beneath Saint Agnes ever still?" Chapter 7, The Curse Mark. Alex stared pensively out the rain-streaked window as he and Meredith drove toward the private hospital facility housing Commissioner Hawthorne since his alarming estate accident. The man's increasingly fervent rants about Saint Agnes Rose suggested he possibly held critical clues, yet investigating further meant braving the gloomy mansion looming closer through swirling fog ahead. As the wrought iron gates of Shadowpine Manor emerged, Alex suppressed uneasy memories from his sole childhood visit when his father was called out here years ago to examine Sir Walter's own invalid predecessor raving on his deathbed about mystical salvation. He still recalled the obsessive zeal in the dying nobleman's voice demanding ancient medicinal relics be brought to save him from preternatural diseases, the savage delirium etched across withering features already more corpse than man. Beside him, Meredith shuddered, emerald eyes darkening perceptibly, attuned to grim resonance even his subconscious registered approaching the sprawling Gothic estate. Sensing her psychic tension, Alex covered Meredith's hand gently where it clenched atop her woolen skirt. "You doing all right?" He squeezed tenderly, wishing they were headed anywhere except confronting more unpredictable darkness. I know you've been stressed, barely sleeping again lately. Please signal if this place strains your empathy limits. We can just call the hospital from outside if needed. Meredith offered a wan smile, not reaching her eyes entirely before shaking her head. I'll manage all right. This is important. She returned the caring handclasp briefly. Hopefully Hawthorne can share information moving things forward. The nightmares and entities attacking townspeople can't continue escalating. The now familiar face of Jonah's crew, Hawthorne's anxious assistant, answered the intimidating front door. As he led them toward the baronial study, however, Alex noted fresh lesions marring his neck above the collar. The inflamed patches eerily resembled those afflicting his employer, yet more indications of an inexplicable contagion somehow spreading through their remote community. Behind the stately desk, Sir Walter rose unsteadily from his leather chair facing the room's flickering hearth fire. The baronet appeared frail as translucent parchment beside those ornate flags and oil paintings proudly heralding his family dynasty's heritage. Yet as their little group arranged chairs closer, Alex noted the elder gentleman's eyes remained penetrating despite bodily weakness. Once again, your unique expertise comes well met investigating devilry rooted in my own family history. Sir Walter gave a melancholy smile. I gathered you came regarding my wayward cousin's ravings since falling prey himself now to ancient evils awoken. He passed an unsteady palm over his haggard visage. Alas, Connor's mind remains quite confused on certain matters. Meredith leaned forward from her adjacent armchair with familiar empathic intensity. We understand this situation challenges endurance, Sir Walter. Perhaps insights gained explaining the curse mark suddenly plaguing your relative may illuminate helpful connections protecting others still vulnerable. The baronet nodded wearily. A wise perspective as always, my dear. In truth, there exists scarce hope left reversing the pernicious Brandon family contagion Connor now endures. He trailed off a moment, staring sightlessly into the fire as if viewing past tragedy reflected there. Few today recall, but my ancestor Baron Percy Koenig had a younger sister named Valerie who defied family directives by eloping with a mesmerizing foreign gentleman known as Brendan Brandon decades ago. Despite fraternal disapproval, Percy granted substantial dowry for the imprudent newlyweds to journey establishing plantations in the West Indies where mysterious Brendan boasted familial ties. Sir Walter smirked sardonically. Imagine the Baron's dismay next season when Sister Valerie returned alone, heavily afflicted by some unknown tropical disease that grotesquely disfigured her once fair beauty. With no treatment restoring health, the cursed woman lived only a few more years in agonized seclusion here before finally perishing. He released a bone-weary sigh laced with grief. Whispers claimed Valerie ranted till her dying breath how vengeful Caribbean witch doctors cursed infidels pillaging their lands by poisoning bloodlines itself as righteous judgment. And despite no proof Brendan Brandon himself actually died abroad, after poor Valerie's fatal containment passed no further accounts ever surfaced of those colonizing relations again. Meredith's brow creased thoughtfully listening to this elaborate backstory before interjecting delicately, Forgive my directness, Sir Walter, but I remain uncertain exactly how Commissioner Hawthorne relates to this sadly afflicted ancestor from so long ago. Connor directly descends from one of Valerie Brandon's 2 children who survived infancy before she quarantined here, Sir Walter replied solemnly. Her strange tropical affliction spared offspring initially, yet subsequent generations sporadically succumbed to the hereditary rot, resurfacing to claim lives without warning decades later. As the family tree dwindled, fate inexplicably struck my own father as well despite distant blood ties. He trailed off, painfully recalling that childhood trauma, witnessing his once robust sire rapidly deteriorate into a vegetable-like state. Eventually Sir Walter mastered anguished memories enough, adding hoarsely, I confess that gruesome inherited fate haunted me ever since Father warned one day vile contagion could manifest again within these very walls, now sadly proven true as Connor's unexpected decline confirms ancient family curse survives even generations past. Alex leaned forward intently at this revelation. Forgive my presumption, Sir Walter, but several escalating incidents around Ashbury Heights appear somehow catalyzed by violating Saint Agnes Church recently. Can you clarify why? Cousin Connor suddenly exhibits these hereditary plague symptoms only now rather than earlier in life. The nobleman blinked several moments, processing Alex's theory. Malicious desecration removed whatever protecting seals prevented his cousin manifesting the dread disease from childhood as logic dictated. By Jove, you raise insightful connection between Connor's sudden affliction and that burglarized sanctuary, Sir Walter exclaimed intently. Of course, the noblesse oblige tradition where Koenig firstborn sons helped governing church affairs links my lineage spiritually with Saint Agnes for ages. He thumped a liver-spotted fist soundly against the armrest, insisting, then let divine wrath strike down the blasphemous thief who stole beloved relic and abandoned sacred trust, preserving both my family and this humble village alike. Before the aging gentleman's limited vigor completely expired, however, Meredith gently redirected the grievance. Have any physicians or alternative healers examined your cousin's unusual symptoms yet for comparison, treating past family cases manifesting suddenly? The baronet nodded eagerly. Indeed, the specialist from London School of Contagion was utterly confounded by Connor's recent development and forwarded drawing of the lesions to renowned tropical disease authorities overseas. But thus far no academic resources provided conclusive diagnosis despite extensive Latin discourse in medical journals on Brandon family health crises over 2 centuries. Sir Walter's face abruptly darkened. Until yesterday, when a reprehensible journal bearing occultist symbols arrived on my desk containing audacious rituals around utilizing Saint Agnes rose itself to extract healing elixirs as remedy. Alex and Meredith jerked straighter at this alarming statement. But the elderly nobleman was too incensed now to notice their reactions. Some charlatan dares insinuate only by deviously compounding additional sins atop defiling that holy shrine could my kinsman's unnatural affliction find salvation. Sir Walter slammed his cane violently against the stones lining the fireplace. Superstitious nonsense. Why, I shall sic constabulary dog straight away upon whichever heretic warlock penned such sacrilegious lies, then fled without courage, facing our family's scrutiny over poisoning desperate minds. While their host vented outrage over anonymous paraphernalia received, Alex leaned closer, whispering, clearly some outside party holds unusual obsession with utilitarian applications from that stolen relic rather than monetary gain or random vandalism. This certainly suggests our investigation should expand, scrutinizing regional influences beyond church itself, including divergent sects and... A knock interrupted further analysis. Crew entered hesitantly bearing a medical dossier which Sir Walter immediately demanded reviewing. Apologies, my impatient outburst deprived properly addressing your inquiry before, Mrs. Harrow. The baronet flashed an abashed look toward Meredith. I will gladly retrieve the offensive manuscript sent if helpful toward your independent perusal, countering unorthodox advice it proffers. Oh, indeed, Sir Walter. We would greatly appreciate assessing whatever archival resources might aid understanding the family illness, she assured kindly. Each piece helps frame the full puzzle regarding consequences triggered by security breaches or motives of responsible parties still sadly unknown. Sir Walter nodded. I shall have the offensive curiosity delivered. Suddenly he froze, staring at the open file with horrified expression. No. Surely not. This cannot be. Rushing over, Alex looked down at medical lab results with alarm. There on the document footer was an unmistakable watermark similar to the wax seal among the enigmatic artifacts recently unearthed on church grounds, displaying an ornate double-headed raven insignia Alex instantly recognized from their research into the region's esoteric history. As he rapidly summarized startling connections out loud, Constable Crew stumbled against a nearby chair with anguished groan. All stared in dismay as his loose collar shifted, revealing more skin inexplicably branded by the inflamed sigil shape they just identified belonging to an extinct mystical sect. Dread implications sunk like stones amidst the stricken group that neither generations nor sacred ground could stop this virulent curse somehow spreading silently through their remote community once awakened again. Hardly before recovering from multiple shocks, however, Meredith abruptly folded forward with startled gasp. Gripping chair arms tightly, her eyes rolled back, displaying whites beneath wide lids that lifted the hair on Alex's neck. Recognizing unnatural forces seized his wife's physical form. Around them the ambient temperature plunged abruptly toward icy as Meredith's trembling frame seemed to expand and distort into a towering wraith-like entity, swirling moonlight robes coalescing before the room's hypnotized witnesses. In a guttural voice no longer her own, the chilling figure proclaimed for all present, haunted by ancestral sins, refusing absolution. None shall ever possess my rose or escape wrath owed this unjustly martyred scion. Chapter 8, Saint Agnes, Message. Meredith slowly opened her eyes, blinking against the morning light filtering through stained glass vines and lilies ornamenting the chapel windows. She lay cradled in Alex's arms upon a cushioned pew, his steady heartbeat and the low murmur of Father Declan's prayers gradually anchoring her consciousness back into still sore limbs. That writhing psychic invasion had drained fundamental life essences perilously low. She vaguely recalled Alex shouting frantic instructions men could scarcely comprehend amidst the whirlwind overtaking her corporal body. Only the beloved cadence of his voice penetrated the maelstrom, pulling her essence desperately back through the void until she collapsed limply against his stalwart strength as malevolent possession abruptly expelled. "Welcome back, darling." Alex's relieved murmur stirred Meredith from bleary recollection. Strong fingers gently smoothed back the auburn curls spilling across her wan complexion. "I feared we nearly lost you to the spectral realm this time. How are you feeling now?" "Like my soul just finished wrestling a horde of rogue ghosts," Meredith sighed weakly, still lacking strength, fully leveraging herself upwards. Languid eyes traced the soaring passageways of Saint Agnes, feeling she now comprehended aged buildings as living organisms resonating accumulated joys and traumas of long-time occupants. "But I'll mend eventually, no worries," she assured him with fragile smile. Whatever angry entity that chief alchemist was packs quite the metaphysical punch. Unfortunately, we now know firsthand how vicious spirits grow when seeking justice. Alex tightened his supportive hold instinctively. "Yes, well, immediate priorities rest on just regaining your strength after nearly getting obliterated by that warlock, conjuring old grudges back to lethal life." His voice softened with heartfelt emotion. "I cannot lose you, Meredith, not when we've only just married. Promise me you'll stop leaping into paranormal perils beyond mortal limits to endure alone at least." Meredith managed faint chuckle. "Only if you promise supporting my daring ventures, chasing life's grand mysteries without hesitation, my darling." Her lips grazed Alex's knuckles tenderly. "But for now I suppose focusing recovery works best." Time passed quietly then while Alex held his recuperating wife, silently counting blessings. Fate returned her vibrant essence intact. Eventually Father Declan approached the cozy tableau with relieved tears in tired eyes to grasp Meredith's hands fervently. "Bless you, child, the world surely lost a beacon of benevolent light had your valiant spirit fled tonight." Exterior packaging notwithstanding, the elderly priest praised in poignant tones, suggesting just how narrowly her danced along precipice between planes of existence. But true to resilient form, Meredith waved off further fuss. "Honestly, I'm more frustrated we never learned more about the connection binding that awful alchemist to Saint Agnes," she lamented instead. "Clearly he holds clues about the relic." Father Declan nodded gravely, crossing himself once more against lingering remnants from the shrieking spectre. "Never have I witnessed such intense possession here before. Are we certain the vengeful heretic warlock fully expelled back to hellfires?" Alex exhaled slow breath, regaining composure after nearly losing his cherished soulmate. I cannot guarantee lasting absence facing powers beyond my authority commanding. But the ritual banishment incantations seemed effective, neutralizing the threat immediately at least. He glared balefully toward the modest chapel altar, supposedly hallowed space safeguarding faithful patrons, yet which almost swallowed his newlywed alive tonight. Honestly, I worry now what additional breaches still hide, awaiting more victims stumbling into interconnected traps woven across this entire region somehow. Alex absently stroked Meredith's disheveled hair. Especially since that accursed vision specifically referenced alchemist curses poisoning innocence over generations. Heavy silence fell across the group, contemplating grim revelations as evening shadows slowly enveloped distressed sanctum. Eventually Father Declan roused their attention, insisting emergency protective measures must begin before departing the violated chapel tonight. Soon orthodox preparations typically utilized battling worldly threats took shape under the priest's guidance. Alex lined sanctuary doorways with iron filings to deter ghostly intrusions, while Father Declan gathered altar sacraments and holy water as divine fortification. Meanwhile Meredith stood aside, eyes closed, while waving smoking bundles of protective herbs to cleanse sacred space energetically before finally they all approached the violated relic alcove itself. Kneeling last at the broken case edge, Father Declan led familiar exorcism rites, rebuking demonic powers before blessing their unsettled surroundings. But midway through the Latin intonation Meredith inhaled sharply, arms slowly lifting from her sides with familiar rigid posture. Instantly both men froze in hesitation, watching her gracefully levitated form begin glowing vibrant azure, unlike the ominous whirlwind precipitating disaster last time. As they stared awestruck, a delicate voice spoke through Meredith's moving lips, conveying words clearly not her own, connected by antiquity itself to these threatened sanctum walls. "Be still, loyal servants, and rest, knowing my divine peace graces you all." The soothing presence exuded feminine energy unlike previous violation. Never can darkness root where hearts yet open walk the Creator's path in harmony. Fear only breeds chaos, my children, instead we must shine benevolent purpose. Both Father Declan and Alex wordlessly absorbed the divine avowal, bolstering conviction and courage sorely tested tonight. Eventually Alex addressed the shining incarnation with habitual protectiveness, shielding Meredith from taxing possession. "Gracious ethereal guide, what wisdom might you share, reviving hope when recent evils specifically desecrate this house of healing and threaten my beloved wife?" he respectfully implored their mysterious visitor. "Any insight explaining the alchemist sect's historic downfall proves invaluable, protecting everyone now exposed by consequences of violating your consecrated chapel." The hovering being smiled sadly through its mortal conduit. "Peace, faithful seeker, for as guardian of sanctuary the cure lies always through restoring righteousness and redeeming old injustices still cried out by ghosts." A shower of azure sparks erupted suddenly, filling the darkening chapel interior with scattered points resembling glimmering stars before they faded slowly. There, suspended now before the astonished priest and steadfast investigator, hovered a lustrous figure robed in antique chasuble with hands upraised, pouring celestial radiance upon all below. Lifting her light-crowned visage, the spectral icon assumed unmistakable semblance of the church's own venerated patron, revealed at last. "I am she known as Agnes, once condemned, but now unbound, spirit charged, guarding sacred ground from swirling darkness until all debts paid in full." The hovering patron smiled serenely through her borrowed temporary corporeal vessel. "Ask and be answered, my loyal defenders, how may I overturn the tide against us tonight?" Kneeling where divine blessings saturated mortal forms with surreal luminance, both Alex and Father Declan reeled mentally, striving articulate coherent questions when transfixed by merciful glory spilling through mortal flesh before them. Eventually, however, Alex marshaled focus, reminding himself even bodily angels relied, aiding human conduits gracing the material plane, however briefly. His sharp mind relayed dozens mysteries still plaguing their remote village since desecration unleashed the unbound dead, but foresight warned only scarce minutes remained, soliciting the mystical saint hovering before fading back behind metaphysical veils separating the living from hereafter. So swallowing thickly as divine aura penetrated skin down towards very soul, Alex lifted yearning eyes shining nakedly vulnerable while begging wisdom to defeat ominous magics invoked by trespassing forbidden vaults. Compassionate patron, pleased to share how better serve your legacy guarding endangered people, reveal what fate befell the ghostly master alchemist forswearing mortality itself. Does secreted evidence of that obsession yet remain hidden nearby, confirming whether descendant kin also fall prey unnatural plague? He squeezed Meredith's smaller hands enfolded by his own larger grip as if through sheer touch, preventing her beloved psyche also escaping back to spectral planes after they received answers tonight. Guide us toward reversing the deadly curses sparked violating your sacred chapel, so innocent souls no longer suffer corrupt legacies forged in shadow. Rapturous silence enfolded chapel's several heartbeats while anticipation swelled unbearably, until finally ethereal lips upturned, knowingly tasting the desperate hero's worthy heartfelt pleas offered from kneeling supplicants below. Raising spread palms higher in benediction, Saint Agnes proclaimed gently through her temporary mortal incarnation, glowing vibrant as befitting heaven's infinite glory channeled briefly into finite flesh. To lift the veil shielding truth, seek thou answers from the silent dead where once my stolen treasure laid. The unearthly entity gestured toward rear sanctuary wall, seemingly solid stone bricks ever since initial construction. But before their eyes amazed witnesses observed solid surface begin dissolving into curling mist until hallowed facade evaporated completely, revealing astonishing reality hidden, literally concealed in very church foundations. There a gaping void opened, exposing the buried ruins of a spacious chamber with strange runic symbols gracing curved walls and equidistant pillars circling what appeared an ancient subterranean fane consecrated by unknown esoteric traditions predating their familiar faith by centuries. Residual scorch marks suggested violent demise befell the clandestine sanctuary. Toppled furniture and shattered glassware indicated sudden catastrophe destroying its enigmatic inhabitants ages past. Most shocking, however, hovering against the distant wall blazed the life-sized portrait visually resembles the raging alchemist channeled attempting lethal exorcism on Meredith earlier this very evening. While the awestruck men gaped speechlessly, Saint Agnes smiled approvingly through her temporary mortal host, gesturing them onward into the surreal burial chamber wise hands constructed lifetimes ago, and which vengeful ghosts still refused vacating without settling unpaid karmic debts. Enter and behold the laboratory's arcanum, wherein the ambitious brotherhood Alpha Omega Omega forged monstrous bets against God and nature both, until I interceded preserving vulnerable future generations they imperiled for prodigal aims. The vibrant incarnation shone brilliant with compassion and purpose, holding darkness at bay by the very love in a forgiving heart. Head bowed with humility, Meredith's body floated forward, leading her awed husband and loyal priest deeper into astonishing ruins framed by the violated chapel's rear foundation walls. There within arm's reach after centuries lay answers they desperately required, turning the tide against unleashed evil by understanding the tragic figures and failures that originally defiled these sanctified grounds so very long ago. Chapter 9, The Foreboding Study. Father Declan crossed himself, vigorously approaching the hidden chamber's towering entry arch, as if sheer faith alone might shield their party against unknown threats lurking within the surreal space apparently concealed below hallowed ground for untold eras. Hovering nearest the threshold, partially collapsed from recent excavation, Meredith's borrowed figure gestured, urging them all forward. Her borrowed lips moved, relaying final instructions before the avenging spirit animating temporary flesh needed, departing back to habitual spectral dimensions. Herein lays the epicenter I battled, sealing off from humanity eons past, proclaimed the patron aspects, urgency saturating ethereal tones. Quickly now enter this condemned sanctum, housing the ambition-maddened visionary you require identifying in order to halt schemes resurrecting his cursed legacy, else dread fate awaits any still linked by blood or troth. Hurry! Thus entreated, Alex gripped Father Declan's elbow firmly, keeping their anxious party advancing together across the rubble-strewn chamber illuminated by Meredith's unearthly radiance reflected off myriad glass vessels and strange instruments cluttering every surface. The concealed fane's curved architecture resembled pagan temples from antiquity, Alex noted, rather than European Christian design. Elaborate astronomical ceiling murals and zodiac mosaics gracing half-intact walls confirmed esoteric focus by unknown sect. Glancing frequently over his shoulder, Alex monitored Meredith closely for signs of excessive exertion animating Saint Agnes' astral projection while also absorbing copious details. Their ethereal escort clearly urged investigating swiftly. Father Declan moved numbly alongside Alex, likewise cataloging the astonishing workshop apparently predating Ashbury Heights settlement itself by centuries, based on much historically preserved equipment resembling early chemistry or alchemical laboratories from the arcane European past. Sweet Lord, could such sacrilege truly have operated right beneath generations of sanctified ground unbeknownst? Their guide Father Declan croaked hoarsely, stumbling slightly while taking in towering bookcases overflowing with lucred tomes displaying strangely anatomical illustrations never meant for innocent eyes. What diabolical research, possibly fueled by pilfering Saint Agnes relic itself, took place concealed from all righteous authority? The elderly cleric visibly quaked, contemplating generations of his spiritual predecessors unwittingly standing guard over a heretical nexus without ever knowing its true hidden nature mere feet below where holy masses took place routinely upon the colonized surface land. Meanwhile, Meredith/Agnes had drifted toward the chamber's furthest recesses, radiating torrential anguish and riveted urgency. Pausing there before a partially collapsed stone archway, the alluring figure turned pleadingly back toward Alex and Father Declan, where they stood immobilized near towering shelves stuffed haphazardly with more sinister-looking paraphernalia than the local university's entire rare books section. Inheritors of my earthly protection, behold the inner laboratory housing restricted experiments on manipulating life essence itself without heeding the sacred. Arms still raised beseechingly, Meredith's levitating body shuddered as if struck by ghostly maladies bred within these dark walls ages past. Only by studying secrets my banished quarry drove mad, seeking godhood over mortality. May their unleashed evil get reversed before nightfall. See the painting of my deadly opponent and glean insight, taming his fatal hubris reborn. With those final words booming across cold stonework, Saint Agnes and Meredith eerily drifted backward into the revealed laboratory's pitch-black interior, slowly merging into darkness until both disappeared fully from sight. Frozen only a split second by bewilderment over losing their ethereal escort so suddenly, Alex and Father Declan stumbled through the precarious passage fast as dignity allowed toward the secret chamber, hoping desperately more clues awaited, picking up the quest their patron saint initiated for them one mortal phase ago. Obstacle debris and toppled relics of large-scale experiments littered the unkempt hidden space, nearly tripping both men multiple times. But as urgency drew them deeper, the musty gloom gradually revealed a towering portrait somehow preserved as sole intact furnishing. There, displayed with astonishing mastery of oils and light arsonist, their eyes first registered the unmistakable fiery visage from alchemist vision assaulting Meredith back through frightful veil bathed in ghostly luminescence. While the priest gaped speechless, Alex circled the macabre life-sized canvas, analyzing painted details reflecting subjects' notorious rebellion against frail existence, soulless jet eyes gleaming with cunning above vulpine features etching smirking mouth. One gloved hand curled possessively around bejeweled walking stick as commonly seen in period aristocratic portraits. However, it was the familiar ruby cross clutched opposite skeletal fingers boasting the notorious mystic rose which turned his stomach fully, completing frightful recognition. There, immortalized grinning defiantly, stood image of the heretical mastermind whose cursed legacy endangered everything now through brazenly misusing that stolen relic decades ago somehow. This shadowy Chelsea alchemist gambled against gods and nature, harnessing Saint Agnes, holy icon itself, to purport some profane scheme seeking earthly godhood. Merciful heavens, can it be? Father Declan rasped horrified beside him. Are we truly both beholding visage of the sacrilegious architect named by our spectral guardian mere moments ago? Alex could scarcely nod before movement stirred suddenly in the painting's bottom corner, drawing his darting gaze toward formerly unnoticed detail. Squinting against eerie shadows, he perceived a squat homunculi figure with warty visage grinning wickedly back through grotesque features. A strange living gargoyle that inexplicably mirrored their every small movement somehow. Beware the weeping rose, or share my locked fate for all eternity. The grating exclamation burst without warning from that animated portrait figure, sending both men reeling backward faster than dignity preferred. Glowing cold emerald, the animated imp continued pronouncing dire warnings upon the shocked pair. By blindly trespassing the forbidden sanctum, you now inherit entirely deserved consequences. The thing jeered with malicious anticipation. And once precious distillates get brewed properly again, your shabby clerical village makes ideal breeding colony, perpetuating legacies you scarcely can imagine in wildest nightmares. It broke off, chuckling wickedly as their unnerved party retreated several more steps while Alex weighed options, grappling effective banishment rites against incorporeal entities. But abruptly new movement flickered at edge vision from elsewhere inside the accursed chamber. There, partially obscured by laboratory equipment teetering against furthest wall, stood a heavy desk and aged wooden chair with faintly illuminated open diary atop the slanted writing surface. Alex elbowed Father Declan, urging them cautiously closer while keeping wary eyes locked on that taunting portrait should additional tricks manifest. As they gradually neared the provocative journal, though Alex's forgotten initial goal sparked recognizing the merciful saint's urging, understand motivations fueling her adversary's original downfall. Surely answers lay recorded within pages, obviously penning the heretical mastermind's own private memoirs, and formulas sought twisting mystical forces toward deplorable ends. What revelations awaited their braving contents so hastily abandoned during catastrophe destroying this lunatic sanctum eons ago? Gesturing Father Declan stay alert, guarding his back, Alex stepped slowly around the imposing desk, half expecting guardian wards or supernatural assault defending whatever damning personal entries the ambitious alchemist surely scribed. But reaching the journal posed no visible threat beyond his own palpitations from adrenaline and nerves. Running fingers lightly atop the antique pages where something, or someone, apparently left narrative suspended mid-word long ago, Alex turned his fierce gaze back upon the still sneering portrait, cautiously asking. This preserved writing undoubtedly belonged to very author of sins buried and now unleashed, yes. Should we interpret such presence invitation toward deeper truth of matters despite your unfriendly warnings, else why linger awaiting more lost souls stumbling though the veil penetrate your bitter secrets? The animated caricature merely smirked wider, twisting already ugly features into outright hellish glee. By all means enjoy the doomed author's wares at your own peril. Just mind what chaos you also might unwittingly inherit, handling powers once called gods into his thrall, our capabilities breached boundaries feeble minds scarcely dare imagining. Before responding, Alex felt an urgent touch against his shoulder blade. Turning swiftly, he found Father Declan staring intently toward the age-worn diary with electrified gaze. Mr. Harrow, we must learn origins of the oculist's infernal obsession and what catalyzed disaster befallen them before heavier, longer shadows stretch night, the priest asserted. I shall keep provocateur distraction occupied while you investigate the terrible intellectual's remaining testament, however offensive personal revelations surely await therein. Marveling the timid church scholar mobilized courage, Alex flashed thumbs up before resettling eyeglasses and leaning downward, scrutinizing the abandoned memoirs left so unceremoniously open directly before their party. Applying sharpened focus, the half-written page framed neatly by quill and empty ink well indeed tantalized, revealing the ghostly adversary's underlying motives and machinations they must urgently unravel, saving innocence now endangered apparently by consequences this phantom sect unleashed generations ago. Skimming the adjacent journal pages already scribed, Alex quickly discerned rambling entries of some demented chemist consumed more by egocentric grandeur and narcissistic immortality obsessions rather than ethical considerations, balancing their bizarre mystical pursuit implied wielding literal power over earthbound mortality itself. Passing reference toward ritual human test trials and clinical specimen preservation further turned Alex's gut, realizing the abandoned underground lair possibly harbored graver secrets than restless ghosts alone managed safeguarding from modern discovery. The deeper immersed translating cramped calligraphy and chemical equations filling journal margins, the further insight dawned what provoked Saint Agnes' dire intercession, curtailing the renegade brotherhood's dangerous activities building underneath her claimed chapel grounds. Eventually several explicit notations leapt forth, cementing the alchemist warlock's driving preoccupation with unlocking immortality itself, using the stolen rose relic as raw component, demanding harvesting its unique essence. Turning ahead several pages, the formula expansion continued. Compound tinctures proved thus far ineffectual, catalyzing transubstantiation from the child martyr's crystallized vitae, rendering mere counterfeit resistance against corporeal decay. Yet intuition whispers key modification awaits within the cruciform suet carved millennia past by pagan hands from Anatolian caverns, if only sufficient concentrations get refined correctly, hoarding the singular regenerating nectar her legend promises. That damned confessor may call diabolical what I declare the next phase, hoping human ascension. But with added investment my bespoke sacrament shall see their order obsolete when acolytes transcend taught limitations, achieving sustained immortality itself. The passage concluded with scattered chemical annotations Alex could barely interpret, and alchemical symbols whose arcane meaning long suffered extinction outside heretical circles. But the chilling gist stood perfectly clear regarding why Saint Agnes apparently prioritized permanently disrupting the renegade warlock's schemes, threatening mainstream society should his radical experiments prove effective, reversing mankind's innately fleeting existence somehow. Praise the saints, we found explicit admissions detailing the lunatic's warped aims now imperiling us all, hissed Father Declan with visible relief as Alex looked up from the deranged text. Behind them the gargoyle portrait subject leered triumphantly as well, with nasty chuckles sending fresh dread through their hearts now burdened with forbidden knowledge no honorable men would ever have sought wielding themselves. Welcome to the legacy of synergistic miracles, my foolish apprentices. Where science and mysticism intertwine, actualizing dreams your orthodoxy cores heresies against. The vile creature smirked victoriously as Alex and Father Declan exchanged distressed looks, fully realizing the warlock's bleeding journal provided ammunition, finally identifying the source, but scarcely salvation required combating aggressive resurgence this deadly brotherhood's corruption represented. What madness possesses mortals tampering thusly against the natural order itself? Rasped Father Declan hoarsely, clearly rattled witnessing such sacrilege etched in the ghostly fanatic's own hand. Creating abominations as mockery of divine creation cannot possibly justify outcome. Purpose and methods you criticize yet barely grasp, inset one, their adversary sneered contemptuously. But in due time both shall witness firsthand the glorious fruits hybrid vigor yields once banished limitations get revoked for chosen acolytes remaking flesh itself toward eternity. It thrashed gleefully against ornate frame seeming to gather unholy energy from their distress. Imagine the perfect immortal flesh sustained flawlessly outside sickness or age. An engineered god species created embracing powers your pedestrian saints scarcely hint while bowing before false idols pretending sacred providence. Alex slammed ancient book covers shut against further corrupting influence. Your grandiose delusion flaunts the natural order itself, not higher truths. He declared, assisting Father Declan back toward entrance stairs, suddenly desperate, taking sanctioned air untainted by revelations better left buried in past. Whatever catastrophe collapsed grand schemes before now risks resurging from modern tampering. But we won't surrender town or future peaceably toward resurrecting revolting agenda. He vowed, fist clenched, trembling with rage at the paint alchemist leering amusedly down as they retreated from his still-losing evil laboratory. Your poisonous harvest remains buried away from vulnerable souls for good cause. Whatever it takes, Saint Agnes defenders shall see vile reawakening, bound permanently this time or die ever trying. Turning away from tainted space, Alex and Father Declan scrambled desperately back toward blessed familiarity of the chapel proper, determined ensuring the outside world never endured unnatural legacy almost unleashed from this yawning abyss nearly under their own 2 feet. Countless devoted masses before. Chapter 10, Confronting the Politician. Alex gazed pensively out the rain-streaked car window, navigating back toward the private hospital holding Commissioner Hawthorne. Beside him, Meredith stared blankly ahead, likely still mentally processing the disturbing discoveries uncovered below Saint Agnes Church. Alex certainly felt gutted himself, realizing what blasphemous secrets the quaint chapel grounds they took marriage vows upon concealed for centuries. Had fate not interfered, some psychopathic occult leader apparently planned unleashing worldwide atrocities against the natural order by exploiting that supposedly holy relic enshrined on the very land Baron Godwin Koenig inexplicably donated specifically for church construction decades ago during the region's original pioneering era. Were those intersecting destinies somehow more interconnected from onset than mere coincidence, Alex brooded? Had Koenig himself perhaps aligned some manner with the renegade alchemist brotherhood they recently unearthed, secretly operating where his relations routinely worshipped unaware above their feet each Sunday? And if so, did such conspiracy explain the modern descendants' contagion, linking back ceremonially to Saint Agnes' lost namesake treasure itself? The sound of gates opening ahead jarred Alex back to present priorities. Confronting Hawthorne with recent upsetting finds removed any doubt that stolen relic bore directly on the community leader's abrupt illness somehow. After parking, Alex rounded their vehicle to open Meredith's door gallantly. She offered one smile, banishing the haunted expression plaguing her delicate features since the supernatural ordeal. Alex tucked his wife's smaller hand supportively into his elbow, conveying silent strength, combating another unpredictable darkness looming ahead. Inside the polished sanatorium entry, Crenshaw himself already stood waiting to usher them upstairs personally. The baronet's aide appeared frail as rice parchment after days mounted vigil overseeing his superior's unresponsive ward. Seeing the normally composed man so visibly rattled sent Alex's internal alarms blaring that their intended interrogation subject likely deteriorated further since transfer here. Master Hawthorne remains quite expansive, insisting your attendance specifically, Crenshaw murmured delicately by wayside explanation. Doctors prescribe stronger sedatives controlling outbursts, yet so far he refuses medications or examinations while demanding some manner answers from your unique expertise constantly. The drawn man heaved strained sigh before adding quietly, please provide my benefactor any insights easing relentless anguish. He admits clinging life itself contingent on your investigation solving inexplicable affliction, or else kill me swiftly ending useless existence unable guard him from spiteful fate. Alex clasped the distraught servant's slumped shoulder bracingly. Courage, sir, redemption works in unexpected ways sometimes. Our presence aims preventing not just Master Hawthorne meeting grisly outcomes. Catching Meredith's determined expression, Alex knew her empathic senses no doubt channeled waves of despair radiating from their host, amplifying personal anxiety tenfold. But before Alex formulated more reassuring words, sudden clamoring burst from upstairs corridors indicating Hawthorne likely worked himself toward another manic breakdown. Exchanging startled looks with Meredith, both immediately bolted up the plush stairwell, taking steps two at a time, anxious preventing whatever hysteria building. Skidding past startled nurses, Alex barged inside the lavish room, shielding Meredith protectively until assessing threats firsthand. There against the farthest wall, half-dressed in tattered bedclothes, slumped Hawthorne, clutching sunken face between claw-like hands, the very picture of abject misery. Please may the righteous emissaries enter whom I desperately beseech, restoring clarity against devouring darkness. Came the hoarse exclamation between ragged coughing spasms. Wild eyes gleamed feverishly, tracking the Harrows' cautious approach while Crenshaw slipped quietly inside carrying the leather dossier, never leaving his side since admitting the ailing politician days prior. Kneeling slowly with palms upraised passively, Alex met that spooked gaze evenly. "We arrived as urgently requested, Lord Hawthorne. Might we inquire the turmoil agitating you so severely just now?" Careful authority radiated through Alex's tone, conveying they had situations well under control despite chaotic appearances. Leveraging the bed frame, Commissioner Hawthorne dragged himself fully upright, although limbs visibly quaked. Patches of inflamed skin visible through torn nightshirt amplified the man's overall aura of invalidism in these opulent surroundings, clearly tailored pampering noble guests. "You represent last-ditch hope staving off fiery oblivion, thus cannot abandon my case." Hawthorne rasped hoarsely between ragged gasps. He stabbed one accusing finger toward heaven furiously. Breaking commandments carried no posted warning about diabolical consequences forthcoming. Cradling himself tightly, Hawthorne rocked gently against ornately papered walls. "But signs mock everywhere now that beastly plague infecting my body results directly from stealing Agnes's treasure out of presumptuous greed." Haunted eyes narrowed sharply, assessing the silent couple watching his tormented outburst intently. "Yet for all pretentious intellect you two still grasp nothing of its true power," he accused bitterly. "Everyone else spouts useless platitudes or dopes me insensible instead of seeking legitimate treatment from proper arcanists experienced taming ancient relics." Spittle flew, emphasizing the tirade against inadequate care, while Crenshaw looked away ashamed. But Alex tilted considered head, noting the politician already corroborated their primary theory: his ailment somehow resulted from personally orchestrating the Rose relic's theft and desecration of its protected sanctuary site. Now was the opportune moment, pressing for fuller disclosure they desperately required, turning local chaos back in their favor. Mindful of her husband's probing tactic, Meredith eased slowly forward, radiating compassion. "We only today uncovered cryptic accounts about your family lineage intertwining over many generations with Saint Agnes. Church though old records and haunting artifacts, sir," she explained gently. "Might you share openly any information connecting personal ambition for the Rose Cross artifact in treating your worsening illness now? Any recall about its shadowy background could prove invaluable, recovering safer options before conditions deteriorate much further beyond mortal limits." She trailed off, letting implication hang heavy. After lengthy internal struggle, Hawthorne slumped forward, wrapping himself tightly again before responding hoarsely. "You speak wisdom, good lady. No doctor possesses asking the right spirit about this witchery." He exhaled slowly before continuing almost too softly here. "In truth, since the disability's earliest stages, I sought desperately understanding why sudden misfortune struck me while ill-fated predecessors endured decades first before falling prey. Such abrupt decline killed most before midlife." Eyes shone feverishly, recalling the traumatic onset. "While colleagues plotted securing my constituency stronghold through government systems, I scoured every family archive and gray collection across 5 counties, seeking precedents or accounts explaining incomprehensible affliction attacking vitality itself." Hawthorne glanced almost furtively up at Alex through shaggy bangs. Until finally an anonymous antiquities consultation requested discreet meeting discussing specialized solutions beyond normal physicians. So deep was my despair, hearing standard diagnosis of untreatable tropical maladies, that I grasped frantically at the unorthodox appointment arranged at my private club after hours one late night. Suddenly he doubled over, racking violently before dragging air desperately back into resistant lungs. As Meredith started forward, Alex caught her shoulder, nodding discreetly toward Crenshaw, already moving assist his master through another tortuous pain spasm. They strategically held back, allowing the two men fragile dignity, not witnesses, completely collapsing composure. Eventually Hawthorne lifted ashen face, clearly ravaged more following prolonged exertions. But determined glint remained steadfast, continuing the confession they urgently required, exposing truth. Crafted so carefully one might mistake his arrival coincidence, the foreign gentleman presented his obscure background in relic healing and knowledge of my family's concealed heritage. When his lordship produced ancient parchments detailing forbidden mythology around bodily transfiguration and Saint Agnes, martyred vitae, for first time since original diagnosis I confessed harboring last-ditch schemes seeking supernatural options if modern medicine proves completely impotent. Hawthorne trailed off shamefaced at such heretical admissions. Meanwhile Meredith subtly gripped Alex's wrist, processing intense emotions buffeting their subject's aura that he bravely continued explaining fateful choices dooming innocent citizens later. You must understand by then political allies already grumbled about fragility hindering my bold visions modernizing the stagnant region through progressive reforms and establishments, Hawthorne rasped. Without restoring rapid health to convincingly champion civic improvements at the capital, surely opportunistic rivals awaited exploiting any frailty discrediting my leadership. He slammed furrowed fists against the carved oak frame. Can you fathom battling enemies at very gates with only pathetic shell strength failing daily? I tell you the heavy crown itself turned life-saving catalyst obtaining ultimate remedy if obscure accounts proved factual. Hawthorne exhaled forcefully before gesturing where Crenshaw quietly exhibited the too familiar dossier emblazoned by wax seal displaying the double-headed raven Alex immediately recognized from underground tunnels housing the alchemist's abandoned laboratory and defiled experiments against nature. So when his foreign lordship referenced relic healing options I invested every resource seeking corroborations about Saint Agnes, lost icon allegedly harboring restorative essence. Hawthorne confessed fervently. Most references proved vague hearsay lost separating myth from historical fact. But urgency amplified when this particular archivist contacted me again several months later providing explicit instructions toward invading its rumored housing vault said located in obscure corner of the village church itself. Alex and Meredith locked gazes instantly recognizing the warlock's destroyed subterranean lair must be referenced destination in those detailed schematics sold facilitating breach of the relic's consecrated sanctuary. Meanwhile Hawthorne concluded bitterly, blamed desperation alone that I so recklessly embraced text promising exploiting holy icon perpetuating my tainted lineage. But no absolution exists for trustingly dragging others toward infernal wrath unleashed by such blind trespass. He buried his face into shaking palms with guttural cry that echoed the community's very anguish. Sweet heaven, cannot you eminent judges bring perspective for my well-intentioned folly? Does the cursed manuscript contain key reversing hellish scourge before death gates open consuming everyone foolishly implicated? Startled by his tormented plea for aid Alex opened mouth struggling appropriate response when abruptly the bedroom door banged loudly admitting half-dozen nurses and orderlies summoned apparently by staff recognizing the gathering's escalating volatility. As they converged hastily around the disintegrating patient Meredith gestured Alex quietly into corner while medical crisis commandeered the unfolding scene. In the ensuing chaos Crenshaw slunk over clutching precious records fearfully to his chest. Do my master's woeful lapses indeed link back to church desecrations gone awry? He whispered urgently. Might the investigation provide solutions restoring his broken health? Or should my chambers be prepared the death watch vigil instead? Alex clasped the worried man's shoulder firmly with grave look. There do appear connections explaining your employer's illness relating to disturbing practices involving mystical arts. But nothing yet guarantees safe remedy from generational corruptions, especially if occult forces violate sanctified grounds. Peering where orderlies strapped the now unresponsive politician to bed muttering feverishly about visions involving screaming infant skeletons and copious blood weeping from church icons, Alex knew reality itself somehow unraveled since violating Saint Agnes, protection unleashing a tide of nightmarish consequences they desperately must curb. We cannot promise miraculous cures Crenshaw, yet remain determined our unique gifts gather insights combating wrathful plagues targeting everything local still. He nodded subtly toward corridor where his stalwart partner silently gathered strength marshalling their next difficult phase. Meredith and I will unravel fully what destructive policies the foreign lordship's dangerous grimoire advocates that sicken so many already. Then approach Father Declan about ritual sanctification protecting innocence while we hunt down what specific desecration allowed such virulent unleashing before the solstice darkness eclipses everything decent under its wings. They parted ways then with Alex squeezing Meredith's chilled hand bracingly against fresh revelations soon forthcoming. But sunrise remained hours away before sleep brought respite from the nightmare Hawthorne's frantic confessions conjured. Chapter 11, A Sinister Turn. Alex slowly opened his eyes, blinking against the pale dawn light filtering through the rain-streaked window. The familiar sight of Meredith's sleeping form curled beside him was a small comfort after the previous night's chilling events at the hospital. Hawthorne's torment still echoed in Alex's mind, the politician's frantic confessions weaving a dreadful tale of desperation and doom. Alex gently brushed a stray copper curl from Meredith's face, taking care not to wake her from much-needed rest. His brave partner had handled the intensive psychic forces swirling around Hawthorne with amazing resilience, though Alex sensed the experience took its toll. Slipping quietly from bed, Alex tucked the blankets snugly around his slumbering wife. As he dressed, his sharp investigator's mind reviewed key evidence, connecting dots between the mysterious relic theft, Hawthorne's role orchestrating it, and the malevolent chain reaction unleashed. Many puzzle pieces were still missing, but Alex was determined to shield Meredith and this town from further harm. Checking his phone revealed a string of unread messages from Crenshaw sent through the night, each more frantic. Then the last. Alex's gut clenched reading the final text, "Master taken into shadows." Followed by vague details of the hospital room plunged into darkness and unearthly screams that sent staff fleeing in terror. Alex hastily scribbled a note for Meredith and raced for the door, dreading what fresh nightmare awaited at Hawthorne's bedside. Tires screeched pulling up to the hospital's front entrance left yawning open and unattended. The overwhelming silence pressing down was far more ominous than any violent chaos. Taking the stairs two at a time, Alex skidded breathlessly onto Hawthorne's floor with senses razor-sharp for trouble. A solitary wheelchair sat inexplicably abandoned in the middle of the long corridor. Dark crimson stains trailed from its spokes down the hallway, directly toward room 313. Hawthorne's room. Approaching cautiously, Alex noted the door left conspicuously ajar. He nudged it wider, muscles coiled to face whatever lay within. Silence. Stillness. Then his flashlight revealed the room's gruesome disarray. Hawthorne's bed stood empty, leather restraints torn and trailing bloody shreds of skin. More stains splattered the rumpled sheets. Across the floor, medical instruments were scattered like grim trophies displaying jagged teeth. Along the rear wall, a smeared crimson streak dripped downward where some wounded body was apparently dragged, then vanished. Alex's flashlight illuminated one final message scrawled across the floor in still wet red letters. His soul now ours. Sudden footsteps sounded behind Alex. Spinning swiftly, his light revealed Crenshaw's gaunt silhouette standing rigidly in the doorway. The aide's profile seemed wrong somehow. Unnatural shadows pooled around his lowered face, obscuring all features into midnight blackness. As Alex watched warily, Crenshaw lifted his head with an awful cracked, creaking noise no living limbs could emulate. Twin orbs glowing crimson through the murky face pinned Alex with malignant focus. A hideous grin split the swirling darkness, followed by a strange echoing voice. "We eagerly awaited your singular return, Seeker." Alex recoiled as those red eyes bored through him hungrily. Then Crenshaw's head swiveled slowly, taking in the carnage scene. "Such sweet-leased flesh and hot soul harvested toward our surging power." The entity rasped gleefully through its stolen mortal vessel. "But the cripple's contract remains unfinished, and now your meddling wife must also face righteous correction, just like that whelp priest and church itself obstructing the master's great work." It spewed wet chuckling, turning Alex's blood to ice. Then with lightning speed the possessed figure hurled something small and metallic directly at his face. Alex ducked instinctively against the missile now embedded in plaster behind with vibrating force. To his horror, Hawthorne's signet ring pinned an all-too-familiar insignia to the wall in mockery, the Alchemist Brotherhood's raven seal forged in flesh and blood. This was no demonic possession, they faced the actual resurgence of that psychotic occult leader from Saint Agnes' buried past. As Alex stared numbly, the entity inhabiting Crenshaw's body stepped closer, exuding palpable malice. Ropey tendrils manifested, squirming hungrily from its gnarled fingers. "We vowed none obstructing the great work shall continue unbroken," it taunted gleefully through vulpine grin. Now further resistance faces righteous judgment by surrendering their defiant mortal shells as raw components fueling destiny. Alex scrambled backwards, evading the flailing spectral tentacles now oozing down hallway blocks dripping smoking venom. Crouching inside the ravaged room, his fingers closed desperately around a makeshift cruciform object, one jagged medical clamp fused with stainless hypodermic. "Your delusions end tonight, sorcerer," Alex declared. "We consecrate this ground and lives here beyond your despicable desecration in the name of." His exorcist chant shattered mid-invocation suddenly by full darkness enshrouding all light and life-sustaining warmth. The last sensations felt were icy hands clenching fiercely around Alex's throat, accompanied by noxious sulfur choking the breath, then awareness spiraled violently into oblivion. "Alex!" Meredith's frantic plea finally penetrated the void. Alex gulped sweet air back into starved lungs with ragged coughing spasms. Gentle hands supported his limp body gingerly while blurred surroundings gradually realigned. Hospital ceiling. Morning sunshine. No unholy assailant anywhere visible. Meredith's anxious face swam into focus, bent over him. He tried speaking, but she urgently shushed efforts sitting up yet. "Just rest easy, love," that was quite the feat, banishing a fiend between realms solo again. Her tone turned exasperated despite relieved smile. "Honestly, Alex, I cannot leave your side 5 minutes during abominable emergencies before you dive recklessly battling evil gods attacking our beleaguered town, can I?" She smoothed tangled hair back, gently checking superficial head contusions marring his scalp as Alex struggled processing fragmented recollections about confronting some manner of occult entity here, malignant and ravenous. Meredith smiled, reading transparent disorientation plainly with Alex still piecing coherent details together. She wrapped a supportive arm under his shoulders. "Easy now, trauma recovery takes patience, I know. But you faced quite the paranormal showdown evidently after I awakened, discovering only this cryptic distress note about racing solo toward the unseen again before dawn fully broke." Alex squinted against brightness beaming through window and groaned. "Ugh, please don't be cross, Mir." Vague dreamlike impressions linger, facing incarnate vengeance for interfering some grandiose scheme, but concrete facts evaporate faster than specters lately each dawn since. He trailed off, blinking harder, trying to mentally seize the string of logic and reason usually grounding orientation against mystical forces often challenging mortal psyche. Vague notions something precious stood endangered by this resurgent adversary swirled in mental fog before dissipating fully once more. Meredith smoothed his tousled hair fondly. "I gleaned enough between Father Declan and others to piece together an attempted exorcism showdown here against something pretty infuriating for targeting you, specially my darling." Her expression sobered, recalling frightening possibilities. "That sweet clerk mentioned arriving on duty, discovering you slumped unconscious inside Hawthorne's abandoned room, already cleared out by authorities overnight after unknown disruptions erupted. Seems everyone assumes the politician's contaminating illness suddenly claimed his life beforehand. But finding you laying there marked by violence yet no fatal trauma suggests some final supernatural encounter involved thwarting the actual corruption source instead, yes?" She searched Alex's face closely and correctly interpreted fragmented recollection reflecting there through pinched expression. Nodding, Meredith squeezed her husband's shoulder bracingly. "We will make sense. What malevolent entity confronted you soon enough, love?" For now simply concentrate getting strength back while evil forces regroup out of sight. Alex forced stiff muscles, leveraging himself fully upright despite swimming fatigue and nausea. Leaning heavily against Meredith's sturdier stance, he rasped urgently, "Something looms tied directly to the wayward politician's schemes gone disastrously awry when boundaries got breached too far near. I cannot rest passively while barely understood threats regather potency." Alex clasped both Meredith's hands urgently, willing strength flow openly between them. "My psyche nearly perished, how's that cunning will piercing veils guarding? Sanity. Such orbitless ambition cannot be allowed, spawning chaos here." Meredith studied Alex's imploring expression intently before realization widened her emerald eyes. "The alchemist warlock himself reached through the veil somehow, didn't he?" she declared. "Oh Alex, I should have known last evening's attack wasn't mere random demon. Your very essence radiates force trauma concordant. How narrowly I escaped his possession back at the chapel." She hugged Alex fiercely, needing no confirmation the fanatic occult leader somehow resurrected ambitions picking up where interrupted lifetimes ago. They had indeed unleashed petty vengeance, transcending earthly constraints by desecrating boundaries never meant trespassed. What penance awaited now they must discover swiftly. Footsteps sounded suddenly outside sweet doorway, stirring both from solemn reckoning. There, framed by clinical fluorescent lighting, stood Father Declan, ashen-faced yet blessedly still untainted by the parasitic demonic forces somehow harvesting vulnerable souls during the hours since dawn. Alex staggered upright while Meredith supported his unsteady frame toward urgent counsel so desperately required before this new supernatural threat eclipsed the entire region irrevocably. "Dear friends, what further tribulation befell trying to save my wayward patron from sinister tactics too long overlooked?" rasped their elderly shepherd. His haunted eyes relayed torrents of information about recent hours spent grappling horror stories pouring from local survivors overnight. Meredith guided Alex gently onto examining table edge, clasping the shaken priest's hands supportively. "Dire fate nearly repeated when the same force that desecrated your church sanctum attacked again here through the vulnerable politician unguarded by holy rites or symbols." She blinked hard against resurfacing visions about malefic rituals performed utilizing unwilling mortal vessels. "I believe Alex directly confronted the corrupt phantom alchemist we unearthed from literally buried past. Some unfinished depraved sorcery ritual turned Commissioner Hawthorne into unwitting component until my love disrupted its climax, attempting exorcism rites barely shielded his own mortal shell." Meredith met Father Declan's astonished expression with grave understanding. No earthbound practices alone might withstand such unleashed fury, devastating their community since ignoring baneful covenants forged within shallow consecration by long-dead heretics. Instead, she gripped both men tightly, drawing Alex back, his feet as physical anchor while his psyche still wavered, ungrounded by tactile world. "As long as mortal will bonded together, light persisted, holding darkness at bay. But solitary frail flesh couldn't withstand the gathering infernal tempest much longer either." Father Declan rallied courage first against the palpable despair enshrouding their haunted faces. "You both confirm the obscure accounts about mutated souls and blighted flesh spoken by our elusive patron saint then," he stated flatly, crossing himself in unconscious reflex. "Something abhorrent to the sight of heaven walks abroad unchecked, deliberately targeting life essence through this village bound by ties of blood and faith." He expelled a forceful breath, recalling their duties defending such vulnerable people. "Tell me the saintly lady's wisdom about properly consecrating sanctuary against these discarnate raveners. For obvious your especial skills just narrowly preserved Alex bodily whilst other poor souls already perished less fortune." The elderly shepherd drew himself fully upright, expression morphing from distress back into resolute leadership. "Guide us, re-establishing holy protection so that Saint Agnes defenders finally strike decisive blow, banishing the merciless scourge before claiming more victims. Our entire lineage legacy depends now on quickly unraveling whatever profane scheme this monster alchemist nearly accomplished those ages ago unopposed." Alex gripped Father Declan's shoulder tightly before responding with firmer voice. During the fiend's aborted ritual my inner sight glimpsed shimmering vistas reminiscent of the old laboratory, he confessed darkly. Some modified summoning circle involving Saint Agnes, relic and vile compounds looks recently activated, breaching metaphysical barriers all over again. He speared Meredith, urgently nodding agreement, their next course clear albeit fraught with perils mortal flesh. Abhorred contemplating. We must return, purifying that unhallowed space completely to destabilize whatever allows the insane sorcerer anchoring his resurrected from the abyss. Only banishing the corrupt incarnation there prevents this predator spirit claiming additional victims targeted through bloodline or karmic proximity. Meredith blinked fiercely against resurfacing visions about boundless vistas where nameless beings churned, conducting unholy rites utilizing unwilling mortal vessels as components. Alex was right, only disrupting the dark magician's ritual source might destabilize whatever blasphemous gateway allowed his essence, penetrating protective veils guarding their earthly plane. But precarious methods awaited, traversing realms human senses despaired calculating. The elderly priest blanched hearing Alex's daring recommendation, facing scenarios scriptural doctrine insisted no moral being should ever willfully behold, much less directly combat its utmost forces. Yet what alternatives remained, protecting their family and friends if this merciless scourge continued harvesting souls unopposed while they wasted precious hours debating? With trembling hand Father Declan etched the air, drawing strength from holy symbols against terror soon faced, voyaging beyond rational universe confines toward the light's very antithesis. Mouth dry as sun-bleached desert bone he clenched Alex and Meredith's hands, desperately praying fragile flesh prevailed, confronting the Stygian void suddenly encroaching nightly across their ancestral sanctuary and lands. Saints, grant us courage undermining demonic fortifications so that providence restore what rights unbalanced, the aging cleric intoned unsteadily. Eyes shone, veiled by mortal apprehensions, imagining virtually uncharted quests just ahead, penetrating the realm of hungry ghosts. Alex and Meredith stood likewise, taut as bowstrings, screwing fragile courage against the looming descent back into unearthly darkness, contrasting so painfully against heavenly joy, celebrating their matrimonial union mere months ago within the very walls now sheltering shadowy horrors unleashed by such wanton desecration. But threaded together, three became far stronger, corroding the stranglehold of fear and despair already throttling so many beloved citizens beyond the feeble hospital room, abruptly removed from simpler worlds of logic and reason alone. Chapter 12: The Alchemist's Revenge. Rain pattered softly against the farmhouse windows as Meredith gazed absently into her steaming teacup. The storm outside mirrored the tempest swirling through her thoughts as they pieced together Hawthorne's final moments, being dragged violently into shadows, confirming the alchemist's spirit somehow remained earthbound. Alex lay on the couch, brow furrowed as he scribbled notes. Occasional static from his police scanner punctuated the heavy silence. Reports of strange occurrences across town mirrored weather patterns, gathering further menace by the hour. How long until nightfall again, Meredith? Alex didn't look up from scribbling. Assuming the bastard sorcerer requires nocturnal rites harnessing energies empowering his murderous schemes, we better hurry, discerning exactly how bastardizing relic and stolen flesh serve summoning physical form behind the veil. Meredith glanced at the clock's advancing hour hand with growing dread. 2 hours until twilight fully darkened their remote valley. That spirit abomination intends returning more tangibly, she murmured, massaging throbbing temples as psychic senses only intensified storm energy compounding around them. Unfinished business chains him in limbo between worlds until restoring an earthly vessel somehow. He desperately needs siphoning life essences through the relic itself, now key anchoring him physically across the veil again during Samhain season when dimensional boundaries thin easily. She lifted haunted gaze from cooling tea. I fear the insatiable vacuum ripping that vile soul free yearns, feeding desperately off anyone nearby sharing blood or karma with original binding. As long as the possessed talisman is misused, fueling perverted alchemical rites, raw materials flow abundantly. Meredith trailed off with visible shudder, no longer mystic prodigy but weary soul drained upholding benign spiritual. Mantle against surging demonic tide since desecration unleashed menacing entities when church sanctity ruptured. Worry creased Alex's brow beholding the physical and emotional strain taxing his wife beyond safe limits. Laying down pen and notebook he crossed slowly, pulling out the chair beside her like wary invasion into emotional sanctum, sheltering Meredith's tender psyche increasingly battered by relentless supernatural storms. Entwining protective fingers over hers calloused by pens rather than plows, Alex sought gently coaxing regained intimacy. Their mutual mission somehow eroded subtly over weeks in frantic quest, unraveling occult forces laying waste their helpless village. "Talk to me, Mir, please. I just found you," glaring tearfully as if half stranger while lightning split the earth outside and unquiet phantoms roam hungry. Alex squeezed her rigid fingers anxiously. "We vowed partnership through all ordeals fate brings ahead, thick or thin. But cannot stand seeing you wrestle terrors alone, darling." His hazel eyes misted unexpectedly, seeing Meredith's wan features nearly consumed gauntness since their investigation began, unleashing scarcely imagined powers and consequences. As dearly beloved wife wilted before him, Alex begged softly, not daring tighter embrace, fearing tomorrow's bleak revelations, his tempting fragile heart abandoning their crusade's endless sorrows. "Don't retreat where I cannot follow. Agnes, horrid vassal, no doubt aims discouraging further interference exactly this way by wearing you down before." Alex swallowed hard, battling own worst fears. "Don't leave me to face ultimate midnight reckoning alone, Meredith." Silent tears suddenly escaped Meredith before she crashed fiercely into his comforting chest, half laughing, half choking, bittersweet release, confronted again what few souls survived beholding those abysmal realms, channeling eternal antinomies defying righteous mortal resistance. There rapped fiercely against Alex's stalwart heartbeat. Meredith wept silently, releasing weeks suppressed terror, facing relentless occult forces gradually dominating their homeland's future. All preternatural burdens she unflinchingly accepted, intuiting spiritual mysteries so much crueler once unleashed upon innocent society built staunchly denying such ephemeral realities than simply braving her lonely nightmares when outcast still for phenomenal talents sensing the dead or unseen dimensions. Eventually Meredith mastered surging gloom again. Sniffling faintly she grasped Alex's worried face between both palms, love and gratitude blazing through tears for this remarkable man fate assigned, whose brilliance and passion for truth proved worth abandoning sterile career paths toward phenomenal quest together, no matter unchosen destinies or threats faced, ensuring their little community prevailed what ancient evils so long unbound. "Forgive overwhelming melancholy, my dearest," Meredith rasped hoarsely. "Harboring such potent psychic forces strains mental defenses severely, even with protectors steadfast as you guarding my back." She managed brief smile, touching his creased forehead where strength centralized before crying softly again, "Oh Alex, I dread what worsening possession plagues wait if our saintly lady's vile opponent truly manifests bodily through the powerful talisman binding his warped essence across the veil." Thunder rumbled outside, echoing her foreboding pronouncement. Through the rain-streaked window distant outlines of their beloved church shifted, blurred by quickening tempest carrying unnatural sentience. Both Harrows instantly recognized the brewing incubus, reflection of that cunning will piercing their veiled sanctuary like profane arrow toward unsuspecting prey. Once more the occult beast trumpeted lethal emergence. Alex's arms reflexively tightened while Meredith quivered against the abrupt preternatural assault, warning lethal immortal intellect now lashed them psychically for interceding his hidden dominion so long undisturbed. Only by clinging flesh to each other did their spinning minds resist the cackling vortex, dragging sanity helplessly into endless void oblivion. As suddenly the whirling terror vanished, swirling past broken porch pillars toward more vulnerable targets beyond, leaving the gasping couple slump battered across kitchen boards. With wary satisfaction they confirmed tenuous hold remained intact inside familiar walls, however besieged overall terrain appeared against the gathering. Darkness steadily battening town borders through unbroken nightfall hours away. We can't wait any longer for clues to conveniently emerge naming that damned conjurer's anchor in our world mirror. Alex rasped wearily once their rattled wits steadied again in brief psychic eye passing overhead. Lacking enough consecrated sights already, we must advance the endgame gambit drawing enemy into built confrontation. I'm convinced only exorcism sending his festering soul straight to fiery abyss rather than wandering ghostly may well end these vicious attacks draining life essences for sustaining physical resurrection. He gnashed teeth bitterly acknowledging the increasingly ghoulish landscape spreading since Samhain season opened veils whence depraved spirits slipped nightly across dimensional thresholds. Always the intuitive gifts attuned esoteric rhythms Meredith herself now embodied the horrific toll their failure so far ousted this merciless hellion back to oblivion realms before All-Hallowed Eve inevitably strengthened the ritual enough inhabiting flesh himself. Meredith trembled against Alex's stalwart frame wavering herself imagining what ruthless tactics and remorseless cruelty became unleashed should that warlock master indeed fully materialize behind the veil. But before despair swallowed them whole she steeled fragile heart and mind focusing inner sight toward locating the corrupted relic anchoring their enemy's domination schemes somehow. Banishing uncertainty Meredith turned vision inward transcending present surroundings. Their suspended outside physical sensations raw energy planes stretched toward infinity in all directions. Currents and thought forms manifested vividly displaying flowing hues tracing transient souls journeying through myriad dimensional gateways. Their hovering at the crux of infinite reality matrices burned deceptively placid rose talisman belying the howling vortex where billions mortal life strands channeled continuously draining victims below. Wrenching back from the terrifying spectacle Meredith slammed bodily into waiting kitchen clutching Alex numbly. The politician's cursed desire brought relic out from sacred protections originally consecrated keeping disembodied evils safely bound she rasped frantically processing the disturbing vision. Hawthorne's blind ambition unlocked the malevolent forces our ancient brotherhood foolishly brewed inside Saint Agnes relic trying worldly ascension from earthly constraints. Alex quickly grasped Meredith's trembling shoulders anchoring them both against resurfacing panics. Slow down love, just breathe currently alright. We'll solve the next clue together no splitting focus or despair. His kind eyes and strong presence gradually dissolved the haunting scene as her pounding heart slowed from frantic tempo. With deep breath Meredith continued slower relaying the harrowing vision. Sorry darling, what I glimpsed shows the possessed icon now focal instrument this hideous soul harvester ritual as we starkly feared. She swallowed hard against surging nausea. I swear the brilliant ruby literally pours human life essence captured through pain and suffering directly into the alchemist form coalescing deformed shape by gathering soul loss. His will clutches the cruciform artifact like tangible tether binding newly incarnate to our vulnerable plane. Alex nodded somberly piecing implications together from Meredith's broken vision while holding her protectively near as precious anchor dispelling the sheer mind fragmentation often threatening seers immersed between dimensional infinities. If you clearly detected the tainted relic actively channeling stolen vitalities toward whatever unholy vessel fuels the accursed Brotherhood leader's new manifestation, then assuredly tonight's eclipse heralds his full dominion unless we preemptively destroy its corrupting magics first. He broke off sharply at her exclamation suddenly. The safe. Meredith jerked forward grabbing his shoulders intensely. Oh Alex, I just divined the exact location where desecrated icon still channels his gathering power for material form. She quaked bodily from suppressed shrieks recalling how profane secreted construct nearly tore her perceptions fully from their moorings. But urgency mastered horror over certainty their very survival now pivoted seizing moment. Destiny revealed through the mysterious saintly guardian's whispered clue. It's in the politician's abandoned office vault positioned downtown where the fiend first removed powers protecting our reality from his grasping mutation spells so long restrained by sacred covenants. She speared Alex desperately willing strength bolstering them both against the Stygian revelations still lurking at bay for few precious hours more. We must race downtown before dusk fully empowers the ritual site with our possessed talisman lying in wait. Meredith was already grabbing weaponry and coats against the stormy night looming outside. I swear that foreboding safe box crackles dense malefic energy like broken spacetime leaking from the abyss itself. Alex likewise scrambled toward the door, buckling protective items against the waiting tempest pounding their besieged sanctuary. But before exiting fully into the rain-drenched afternoon, he drew Meredith tightly trembling frame, finding anchor in her beloved heart beating still bright defiance. What unbroken darkness awaited their epic gambit, foiling the occult master plan from fulfilling at long last. Chapter 13, Malevolent Manifestations. Frigid rain lashed the windshield as Meredith gripped her seatbelt, watching darkened storefronts blur past. The radio sputtered static and garbled voices between. Emergency broadcast alerts warning citizens to avoid downtown until an unknown crisis concluded. She and Alex exchanged tense looks. The alchemist's malevolent presence was amplifying hourly as metaphysical barriers weakened, approaching Samhain midnight. His stolen relic continued extracting precious soul energy from victims linked by ancestral roots or spilled blood, awaiting only the eclipse aligning his resurrection. They turned on to Main Street and Meredith gasped. Bedlam erupted across the familiar neighborhood, now engulfed by preternatural storm clouds. Several buildings smoldered under driving rain despite lack of lightning strikes. Spectral faces pressed against upper windows before transforming into oily plumes escaping into the tempest. Alarm klaxons blared down empty streets littered with debris, but not a single living being roamed visibly. It was a phantom town now. A harvested, desolate shell, no longer shielding fragile mortals from the merciless occult forces sieging its borders. Alex sped them toward the bruised heart of the ongoing crisis, City Hall, where Commissioner Hawthorne conducted his ambitious civic agendas. The imposing columns and plank doors now gaped open, mangled by some powerful force ripping entry against all solid barriers. Tread cautiously, Alex warned needlessly when exiting their vehicle. The very atmosphere felt perfused by overwhelming malice, invisible but poisoning the sacred world it eagerly aimed, overrunning. He gripped Meredith's clammy hand, tightly moving toward the broken threshold, dreading whatever awaited in the desecrated seat of human governance so callously invaded tonight. They climbed marble steps, sharp senses probing shifting darkness leaking from torn curtains and broken light fixtures trailing spitting wires overhead. Meredith clutched talismans in her free hand while Alex raised iron flashlight, confidently preparing banishing rites against whatever wrathful entities still lingered desecrating public halls that opened doors welcomed just days before. Floorboards suddenly creaked sharply upstairs, riveting them both in place instantly. From the landing above came shuffling steps and guttural muttering suggesting deranged squatters occupied emptied corridors. Both braced for confrontation against trespassers trammeling order and dignity from these officious chambers. Alex angled subtly, placing himself between potential danger and Meredith before challenging the intruding presences wavering on fractured banister above, wreathed in shadows. Show yourselves at once, violators, and state misguided purpose besieging abused commons. His commanding voice echoed throughout the vast lobby. Meredith perceived multiplying invisible forces congealing nearby, alert to ruthless tactics so long anticipated. A flash suddenly revealed three hunched silhouettes clustered atop the upper floor, staring with luminous eyes too wide and restless for living men. Their crazed gazes pierced the flashlight's glare with recognition far exceeding rabid addicts or criminal vagrants. These stared back with cunning unmistakable for mundane presence. And their scuttling words scraped harshly down stone walls, making blood run cold as the grave. Behold the herald beckoning endless night, wherein no hollow doctrines bind our chieftain's hunger. Cackled the central figure clutching banister with gnarled hands long denied any earthly flesh for grasping. Behind him two additional specters coalesced, glowing sheer ectoplasmic cloud forms through tattered shrouds. Look, brother acolytes, more vessels come replenish our ranks so diminished since misbegotten witch-fire martyred flesh centuries past. The wraiths keened excitedly sniffing through stilled air toward undiscovered quarry gathered below. Alex shifted stance, discreetly placing Meredith further behind him lest discarnate entities hone upon fresh psychic conduit, sensing her unique life force radiance so attractive toward non-living things. His face remained stern, assessing what manner surprise enemies finally materialized, presumably answering the alchemist master's summons, amplified by these ungodly conditions spawning nightly now until the fated eclipse nearing just bare hours away. But before parley further, the malevolent visitors swept down in a blast of bone-chill wind, scattering molded documents like shrieking harpies dive-bombing sanctuary. Meredith crouched, weaving hurried glyphs, deflecting the worst unearthly force striking her love with cruel intensity. Endless blank orbs swarmed them from all sides before shrieking profanities, reaction cohering into almost tangible shapes. Abruptly, ghastly scene bled outward when vile glamour found strong hearts repelling its insidious efforts still. There surrounding both seekers now hovered the Phantom Brothers, cackling gleefully, apparently strengthened, inadvertently driving back initial assault. Ah, but the Crusaders draw prime life essence for our empty cup still. The obvious leader gestured, spindly arms from tattered burial shrouds pointing, two wizened companions now flanking behind. Drink deep, brothers of the augmented draft, impossible recapturing while cast outside mortal realms ourselves. Meredith shifted subtly, opening psychic senses, scanning the shadowy configurations woven around them. She discerned at once their squirming forma hid no subtly concealed by vile sorcery, but simply too long anchored across the veil, gradually losing memory and identity, unhitched from any pine for recognizable human features. Here loomed the worst fate awaiting neutered souls, neither ascending higher planes nor tied purposefully still toward physical plane through ritual, memorial, or passion. Binding their incorporeal essence near familiar lifelands again. Just slow dissolution, becoming demonic wraiths, no longer recognizing kin or objects from living years before death gates closed fully on mortality left behind. Suddenly Meredith heard Alex invoking saints for sacred protection and dispel of unclean influences. Lifting her awareness outward again, she reoriented just as their triad assailants recoiled from brighter incandescence, repelling them momentarily. Rallying once, finding strong hearts unyielding further, the devolved ghosts circled warily instead, seeking easier targets elsewhere. But parting last threats echoed throughout the ravaged foyer, admonishing any further perceived obstruction their chieftain's great work so long unjustly interrupted. Pray the foretold eclipse falls favorably, restoring our dashed glory, O meddlesome mortals. The leader smirked. Once brethren Socrates raise new banners, only most loyal acolytes shall reap generous gift, transcending woefully finite shells like your pathetic frail boundaries restrain currently. The smug chanting faded without farewell, sinking halfway through splintered floorboards. Soon even spectral glow extinguished fully, leaving the rattled intruders reeling. What providence avoided hostile possession, seizing their vulnerable bodies for vile misuse. They clung together, gently reciting exorcism safety wards while fleeing the desecrated waypoint where another victory loomed, toppling humankind into servitude again. Skidding damp pavement, Alex gunned their screeching vehicle out from under shadows lengthening hourly across the beleaguered district, once haven now laid tragically bare. Glancing repeatedly, Meredith confirmed no immediate shapes cohered within the gloom pursuing easy quarry. But turmoil broadcast telepathically from countless entities swimming just behind their earthly perceptions. Those were undoubtedly acolytes serving the alchemist directly when alive centuries ago. Mere, Alex shouted over engine roar and whipping wind. His angular profile clenched, navigating their craft through the narrowing gauntlet towards perceived sanctuary just scant miles away now. If the lunatic master's personal research team still clings tight, awaiting full summoning ritual behind the veil, that implies additional supernatural forces build hourly until the damned eclipse peak midnight. He cast tight-lipped glance toward where light yet lingered barely along western horizons before the unmaking darkness swept fully across defenseless lands and lives at its utter mercy. Meredith shivered hearing fatality pitching Alex's tone, recognizing their next gambit literally teetered on razor precipice between salvation and disaster, tipping reality entirely toward merciless oblivion should they finally fail the beleaguered town against this ancient immortal evil so near fulfilling ultimate incarnation again through cycles of blood and celestial seasons. Gripping his shoulder bracingly, Meredith pressed finite mouth fiercely against beloved ear, unwilling surrendering their world or future. Without even mortal words, reminding all why this final race now mattered beyond the grave. Whatever comes, pull over immediately, reaching town border, Alex. Those anguished souls must receive last rites consecration before night steals them away forever. Meredith knew firsthand the relief blessing tormented spirits still adrift, finding sanctuary offered by rituals preventing their dissolution into raging insanity. So many generations past unable cling earthly hopes before passing forward the better kingdoms prepared loving hearts. But for souls dragged beyond death veil unprepared, losing the mortal tether guaranteed in pieces, some eternal spirit survived, she must stand fast holding the bridge two worlds. Alex clasps her hand tightly, eyes misting with parallel understanding. Nothing mattered more than shepherding innocence beyond the abyss awaiting nearby should Samhain light eclipse, plunging their human legacy into endless evil and chaos. Chapter 14, The Barrier Breaks. Howling wind lashed Meredith's face as she raced up the church steps, clutching scribbled lists of consecrated items Alex barked instructions procuring before the shops locked down. Behind her, the bronze bells clanged relentlessly, summoned by desperate citizens seeking refuge inside the parish walls despite recent desecrations. Bursting through oak doors, Meredith found Alex hauling flagstone floors aside, frantically tearing into the tunnels concealing the heretic laboratory. Father Declan and Mayor Carol Walsh worked alongside white-faced volunteers warding door frames with iron filings and angelica roots. The barriers are failing rapidly. Alex shouted over groaning masonry he wrenched loose. If we don't reinforce protections across the catacombs before moonrise, I fear we'll be facing far worse than phantom nuisances out there. He pointed sharply to where a crackling vortex swirled outside the stained glass windowpanes. Meredith's heart clenched watching inky tendrils probe the sanctum's glow, seeking access where aura defenses weakened. She rushed to help strengthen the climbing sigils and mandalas traced across chapel walls by her grandmother long ago, dimly glowing but slowly eaten by oozing shadow. Finishing the highest ward barely in time, Meredith was sealing its activation glyphs when she heard an excited yell from the tunnel opening. She turned to see Alex brandishing a heavy pry bar, face alight with manic relief. "Blessed saints, we're through." He disappeared down crumbling steps without pause. Father Declan hastily ushered the last straggling citizens inside and slammed oak doors shut behind them. "Barricade this entrance once we descend," he ordered the pale volunteers. "Whatever manifests, do not let it past you." Gripping her talisman necklace, Meredith plunged into the dark passage after Alex and Father Declan. She nearly stumbled over her husband kneeling just past the threshold, furiously scribbling chalk lines across packed earth. His protective binding circle complete, Alex rose with a crackling lantern crystal and thrust its guttering light ahead eagerly. Fiery lenses illuminated several tunnels snaking deeper beneath the chapel's foundation into primeval darkness. Meredith trembled violently as a torrent of wrathful voices and screams assaulted her senses from those claustrophobic tunnels. "We have to hurry." She clutched the doorway stones against the mnemonic onslaught. His ritual nears climax with hundreds of enslaved spirits and a swirling vortex barely contained. Alex squeezed her shoulder gently in solidarity before addressing Father Declan. "I'll start the banishing rites down below. Guard our escape path. This portal must remain secured for survivors." Checking his consecrated weaponry, Alex stepped into the dank tunnel without hesitation. Swallowing hard, Meredith whispered a prayer and followed him into the haunted abyss, focusing her senses toward the distant ritual point manifested in her earlier vision. They crept through the screams and ethereal screams toward a pulsing crimson glow spilling from a massive chamber. Peering inside nearly broke Meredith's sanity. A surging vortex lashed the room's center, spewing phantom limbs and wailing faces. Jagged shadows whirled counterclockwise as a cloaked form clutching a blood-hued relic shouted commands, completing the nightmarish scene. It was the alchemist warlock himself, physically manifested by siphoned astral energy to conduct this horrifying rite. His resurrection neared completion. Meredith clung to Alex, nearly incapacitated by the overwhelming forces. There are too many enslaved spirits to save, she wept helplessly. The grim reality reflected in Alex's devastated expression. Meredith knew he blamed himself for not solving the puzzle sooner somehow. She gripped his hands fiercely. We still have one chance at banishing the ritual master before total hell descends. Before Alex could move, a piercing scream split the air, but not from ghostly hordes. Miss Meredith, help me. Spinning around, they saw a wispy, glowing outline racing desperately toward them along the tunnel. It was the ghost nun. Meredith rushed to catch the fleeing spirit as her form wavered like mist under a strong wind. Please help Miss Meredith. He aims binding my soul to anchor his evil domination. The little nun's anguished face gazed up with heartbreaking fear. Promise you won't let him enslave me. She flickered, fading. Horror gripped Meredith. I swear by my own soul, sister, he shall not claim you. She turned urgently to Alex. We must complete the banishing now before she dissolves fully. I cannot lose her again. Alex nodded, but sudden booming laughter echoed behind them. They spun to see the alchemist staring directly from the portal, snake-like eyes blazing red. Come try your flimsy charms, mortals. He raised the glowing rose relic. But this victory already belongs to me. A thunderous explosion ripped open the vaulted ceiling as shadow tsunami crashed through. Meredith screamed, blending with 1,000 other wailing souls as reality shattered into whirling oblivion. She awoke screaming before Alex's face swam into view, cradling her limp body. Father Declan knelt praying fervently beside them. She lay directly atop the spelled chalk circle somehow moved here. Only Alex's runic shield preserved their fragile lives against briefly inhabiting the void itself. The malevolent portal expanded so fast. Alex rasped, wiping blood from his brow. He squeezed her urgently. What did you see in those endless moments, beloved? Through his iron grip, Meredith sensed his soul still anchored barely from being sucked into the whirling astral abyss spawned behind the veil. Such void, never-ending hunger. Meredith gulped air desperately against the memory of swirling antinomies where she briefly gazed straight into oblivion. His ritual spell entraps everything nearby, unless the heartless beast gets banished first. Muffled by stone and soil, the distant screaming amplified as spirit slaves funneled boundless energy into the dark warlock's physical summoning. His immortal form was nearly manifested fully now to unleash ravenous desires denied by death so long ago. The ghost nun's fate intertwines with his, Meredith, Alex rasped urgently. We have minutes only to halt this catastrophe. He staggered upright, bracing against the psychic storms barely contained. But without our relic talisman nearby, I cannot anchor the banishing spell properly alone much longer. Meredith blinked back tears of desperation. Their one sacred weapon, that relic remained confiscated downtown where Hawthorne's doomed touch first unleashed the ancient curse against ignorant mortals again. Only its unique essence, woven over generations of worship and blessing, could sever the dark chains enslaving hundreds of trapped souls, funneling power behind the veil. Fumbling upright, she suddenly saw their ghostly ally fluttering weakly nearby, barely sustained without the living attempting to shield her fragmented essence. Rushing over, Meredith took wispy hands in hers, letting precious aura flow into the young nun whose unknown trauma still created this bond across centuries. Through their contact, Saint Agnes' own enduring essence gradually channeled vibrant strength again, stabilizing the hapless servant still caught between planes. "Take hope, sweet maiden, your service is nearly absolved," Meredith soothed gently. Behind her, she heard Father Declan joining the shielding mantras supporting Alex against the siege. To the fading nun she pledged, "We shall swiftly bring the sacred icon home again." The little spirit squeezed Meredith's hands through grateful tears. "My bones may rest peacefully soon, but hurry. His evil nearly peaks." She flickered away to anchor nearby, out of immediate jeopardy. Overhead the vortex roared hungrily, the ritual master's power multiplying as climax neared. But now, armed with faith and purpose, Meredith pulled Alex and Father Declan close around their flickering torchlight. No fear nor sorrow clouded their faces, only iron determination facing the light's last stand. The talisman remains trapped downtown, still fueling the ritual's final surge. "We must breach the abyss to reclaim what he stole before wicked apotheosis." Meredith lifted her voice above the wailing darkness. "I shall open a path directly into the infernal vortex, grasping him even now." Alex blanched, but his stalwart heart held true. Certain doom likely awaits all who dare this suicidal quest, beloved. He gripped her shoulders as anchors against the swelling occult tide lashing their circle. "I shall faithfully follow even through damnation, dear one." Beside them Father Declan likewise touched Meredith's shoulder, conveying the sacred fire lighting their lone warband, now marching past logic or earthly limits alone. "By thy blessed gifts may we reseal this unholy breach, so no further innocents endure what torments spawned tonight." Meredith set her teeth against the entities swarming beyond their flimsy cage, calling her by name, promising unimaginable rewards for surrendering her radiant soul willingly into the dark fathoms churning. But love and valiant purpose girded her against eternal corruption. With final smile toward Alex blazing purpose back, she turned toward the cyclone walls, drawing torrential psychic strength into herself as mortal hands wove reality strands directly before their astounded eyes. There against the warped chamber carefully Meredith selected two compatible spirit threads recently fused nearby during spring rites. Working delicately she knotted Alex and hers strands into unbreakable unity, centermost the metaphysical loom. Around these she swiftly wove Father Declan's golden cord, signifying generations' unbroken spiritual leadership guarding their vulnerable community. Knotting intent around talisman and salvation icons, Meredith completing conjuring their epic stand against surging darkness. With final etching she invoked the timeless triskelion symbol blessing righteous endeavor before swinging it toward the frothing veil surface. "Behold the sacred passage beyond fear's confines, mortal hearts." Her voice rang with victorious faith, none could oppose, lifting shining beacon drawing the mythic ritual circle, banishing forevermore. Chapter 15, Race Against Time. Howling wind lashed Meredith's face as she raced up the crumbling tunnel steps into a scene of utter chaos within the darkened church. The entire rear wall gaped open to swirling abyssal vortexes spewing frosty mist and screams as phantom limbs clawed outward only to dissolve before fully entering sacred space. Around the sanctuary, terrified citizens warded door frames and spoke frenzied prayers, while more ghostly faces pressed against stained windows than she'd ever glimpsed during decade, assisting troubled spirits toward heavenly rest. Truly an army of hungry ghosts besieged God's house tonight, aiming kingdom come toppling here first toward their domineering tyranny forevermore. Meredith raced toward where Alex chanted fiercely, erecting mystic runes barricading the restless hungry spirits from flooding the building interior outright. But even her gifted vision discerned the wards bowing under strain as additional wraiths amassed outside, sensing soon their patient vengeance fulfilled at last. Meredith. The vortex pushback worked briefly, but our window is nearly gone before the damned ritual peaks finally. Alex shouted above the clamor, indicating the ongoing struggle below their very feet still. Hawthorne's office should be evacuated by now. Did you grab everything we need? Securing the relic to disrupt the summoning rite permanently. Waving ash-smudged volunteers staggering nearby, Meredith fumbled blessed relics like lifelines for what little remained, protecting the innocent multitude praying desperately around her. Sirens wailed distantly, signaling authorities, no doubt futilely attempting quarantine against the tide of supernatural fury breaching their doomed township this dreadful night. More spectral fists hammered the beleaguered sanctuary entrance, confirming time nearly expired, safeguarding their family and friends from perpetual occult enslavement. Meredith's fingers shook forcibly, anointing blessed oils, etching their faces before Alex pulled her back toward the fractured wall, gaping onto swirling abyss somehow clawed wide during past hours, unthinkably worse below. Father Declan rallies displaced people into the rectory for shielding rituals, but he himself prepares final stand guarding these unstable veils should we fail retrieving the possessed talisman. Alex clasped Meredith's shoulder with determined look, knowing full likelihood on not returning from the insanity of gateway shards floating amidst the binding vortex, funneling stolen life essence somewhere behind the ghostly veil. Stay fast, my beloved Meredith. His searing kiss burned away all surrounding chaos, briefly uniting their fates eternally, no matter unearthly kingdoms lay ahead. With raging ghosts converged screeching beyond barricades, fragile mortals may soon collapse fully. Meredith gripped Alex fiercely, pouring lifetime love and courageous purpose distinguishing their exceptional hearts worthy attempting such mythic undertaking now at hand. We strive and succeed, foiling the merciless alchemist together, or gladly fall, shielding the innocent forever. Alex, my love. Her whispered passion oath lingered fleeting seconds before both plunged directly into astral turmoil, engulfing their world toward demonic dominion, sheer fragile heartbeats away. Mere moments later, Meredith already lost grip, rudimentary perceptions following Alex closely through twisting unearthly dimensions, defying coherence or sanity. She clung fiercely, tethered by his latch around her wrist, pulling them onward somehow against the howling pull from infinite vortex all sides. In futility, Meredith tried mentally etching rune sigils shielding their wavering magnetic auras from ravaging dissolution, but no recognizable cohesion sustained, allowing bearing stable, finding earthly direction. Time and direction utterly failed significance here, where amorphous terrain bled, choir of suffering souls chained forever, feeding relentless archetypal predators swimming just outside her horrified psychic vision. Screaming faces swirled alongside through the blood-hued vapor, stealing vocal tones were her name, so far beyond familiar identity, now strained desperately against remembering. Then suddenly Alex shouted hoarsely, ripping their battered bodies savagely sideways before Meredith registered unforgiving pavement slamming into her dazed body without warning. Forcing laborious breaths into stunned lungs, Meredith clawed hair from plastered face, recognizing blessedly winded sprawl against solid alley. Surface. The disorienting translation, jagged, exiting the infinite astral sea, dumped her harshly back into shock. Welcome, mortal atmosphere. No time lying around yet, darling. Alex knelt over, shaking her torso urgently. We must breach the bastion before gateways irrevocably shatter further between death and the living world. Somehow her intrepid partner battled their way successfully through frigid abyss between dimensions, avoiding the most perilous snarls engulfing recent victims. But triumph remained farthest, their minds hearing rage against barricaded church already audible streets away, promising pursuit none willfully undertook now. Wordlessly trudging forward, battling despair and fatigue, Meredith forced leaden feet direction. Alex pushed eastward. Behind them the deathscape of emptied houses and debris gradually shifted, buildings familiar past every day until recently. Like trespassing thieves hunting holy relic rather than banishing undead sorcerers, they skirted lurking shadows, timing dangerous approach toward relatively protected city hall complex housing the cursed reliquary. Nearly there, but aimed cautiously for any lingering patrols. Alex rasped, leading the last street crossing toward brass-embossed doors symbolizing long-standing governance protecting vulnerable citizens since wilderness outpost erected first township hall. Clenched teeth betraying fraying willpower, but Meredith understood too well their beleaguered community's only salvation, persevering next. Moments seizing devilish artifact from abandoned vault where none dared tread night. There at the deserted government complex, bolted gates now stood warped and mangled apart against seemingly random midnight vandal raids plaguing wider downtown all night. In light they knew poisoned remains probably already tore apart courtroom chambers upstairs, likewise degenerating toward sheerest unlivability. But tight-lipped Alex aimed unwavering, leading his determined soulmate directly toward ostentatious executive building concealing the safe box where all chaotic ruination somehow began with single prideful man's tragic touch. "Hold here. Identify yourselves." The jarring command spun them about instinctively before Meredith fully processed words through her adrenaline fog. There, framed against dented city fountain, stood Deputy Kelvin, gaping incredulously through cracked visor at bedraggled couple staggering out darkened alley onto ruined plaza. "Saints above, what madness drives you all the way here with deviltry loose everywhere?" He stormed forward, pike clutched, anxiously glancing every shadow, expecting hellspawn leap forth again. The lowest denizens and mayor alike fled hours ago. No place left standing if evil claims the church also. Desperation cracked his voice, nearing hysterics. Alex moved gently, blocking Meredith subtly from potential threats, including their distraught village protector. Unraveling on deserted patrol, unaware world crumbling down around him. "We came searching, special vessel holding this ungodly power check, barely." Deputy Alex explained, neutrally, nodding. Meredith stand ground carefully. His gloved palms projected no sudden movements toward Kelvin's wavering spearpoint. "Please lower mighty weapon so proper information gets clearer heads tonight." "All right." When no response came, Meredith risked distracting the rattled man, sensing disintegrating psyche, holding authority uniform upright, alone now. "Do you possess keys accessing the commissioner's office and private safe, Kel?" Her soothing voice projected calming empathy, mastered slowly since junior years, coaxing ghosts move on peacefully. "Once secured there, we promise explanations how, ending nightmares churning through our beloved homes as we speak, if you help us get inside swiftly." The deputy's face contorted painfully, several moments appearing more tormented spirit himself than steadfast community pillar many remembered. But eventually the sturdy oak front doors creaked open, seemingly praise for conditional trust placed one more time. "5 minutes only. I must continue patrol, ensuring oblivion has no more souls tonight if duty serves." Haunted eyes lingered Meredith sorrowfully before Kelvin turned, relocking waypoint but granting temporary access the cursed sanctum, sealing entire village's fate inside. Bolting upstairs, heedless tattered finery once graced elected aristocracy, Alex led them unerringly toward infamous executive vault. Kneeling swiftly, he made quick work the digital keypad with tools produce elsewhere. A resounding click preceded smooth panel swinging open, fatefully revealing unnatural prize nestled inside. Surely too many countless days passed. Their scorched black case gleamed malevolently, even meager ceiling light almost sentiently taunting latest victims lured into lethal snare, finally triggering again. Vulgar energy blazed outward, sending both scrambling backward reflexively, while Deputy Kelvin fled wailing down steps, no match for unleashed devilry assaulting them all unrelentingly. "Grab gloves quick, we mustn't touch vial casing directly even when prying talisman free," Alex shouted over instant gale force, lashing office into violent chaos. Desks and chairs slammed airborne, narrowly missing bones breaking against their hunched forms, while wrestling iron container from the cyclone epicenter somehow energetically triggered, opening the warded vault box unexpectedly. Meredith flung herself bodily atop the rune-inscribed carrying case, binding unholy essence barely contained. Psychic tendrils slashed angrily, drawing blood where hateful relic recognized mortal hands so foolishly clutched without realizing the true forbidden knowledge sought, now fulcrum determining every soul in Ashbury Heights' pitiful lifespan or slavery. Laughing demon faces swirled, taunting the interlopers, briefly holding coveted key toward unspeakable power long denied ambitious practitioners. "Out, damn you both!" The furious bellow shook office foundations, violently emphasizing lethal choice, daring further obstruction against the immortal sorcerer's grand finale so near peaking completely under the eclipse All Hallows Night. Instantly near solid gust slammed the locked box from Meredith's slipping grasp toward the ruined hallway where a ghastly towering specter coalesced wielding the alchemist's infamous Vesper cane with previous statue now striding purposely erect from death's inertia at long last again. Behind him the distant church bells chimed a fateful midnight hour heralding the astrological alignment empowering his usurpation utterly. Infidels crawling my rightful kingdom on eve glorious restoration. Anguished howls emphasized the dread warlock's advance while Deputy Kelvin's shattered body tumbled lifelessly back down the stairwell discarded uselessly by one who styled himself untouchable immortal liege again. Puny saints preserve them not from righteous fury owed my flawless genius. An explosion boomed downstairs unleashing the raging temporal vortex spilled outward when Meredith opened initial interdimensional portal saving them scant minutes past. Clearly as the ritual master incarnated fully using his captive relic so too the demolished metaphysical barriers also failed against swelling darkness now. Through broken windows police sirens and screams suddenly amplified radically while the raging occultist's hideous power manifested exponentially right before Alex and Meredith's helpless eyes. Chapter 16, Saint Agnes to the Rescue. Howling wind lashed Meredith's face as she sprinted down the crumbling street, barely maintaining grasp on the warlock's cursed relic talisman. Behind her the massive spectral form of the resurgent alchemist sorcerer roared commands raising lethal sorceries against the fleeing woman daring once more obstruct his flawless schemes reknitting tainted soul into fearsome glory this unhallowed Samhain night. Already his swelling powers desolated buildings nearby even while drawing ruinous portal vortex wider across vulnerable skies aiming to upheave all surrounding natural order into slavish chaos toppling mortal dominion at last. Mad cackling swelled deafening as the cosmically immense immortal will turn bloated form eastward pursuing the insolent thieves fleeing his righteous wrath. Not one step further hellspawn. Meredith stumbled to a halt at the blessedly familiar shout. Their haloed azure fire stood Alex directly barring passage of the raging 18-foot specter barreling down Main Street. Glowing blue steel weapon raised high proclaimed intent no monster or man could refute. Flanking him she watched incredulously as townspeople also halted panicked flight rallying with torches, tools, or bare fists clenched tightly against the fearsome vision promising enslavement or oblivion with next eclipse seconds away now. You claim bonds over our very souls without even pretending merciful intent warlock. Alex's voice carried boldly facing the snarling colossus while buying precious time her own escape now. Behind him familiar beloved faces tightened courage facing despair side by side. Our lives get measured worthily not by grasping power others must yet relinquish. Your dark era ends tonight sorcerer. He thrust blazing sword skyward reflecting cloud-ripped moonlight in one magnificent arc, thus we banish evil spirit from all future days forward. Stand down alchemist by law and will of man alike. Incredulous rage contorted the hovering giant hearing such arrogant blasphemy. Gluttonous shadows spread hungrily against indigo skies responding his swelling anger. Oh, you reckon frail flesh dictate terms after daring lay hands on my consecrated tools heralding this prophesied revival budding 2 centuries now. I decree ye else face extinction worm. Violet lightning erupted everywhere but stalwart people weathered brutal assault triumphantly together. Behind Alex their beloved lady minister stood serenely wielding donated talismans binding abomination back toward death realms cut off completely. The bloated specter howled furiously against their fragile stand somehow opposing his terrifying advance clearly seconds over overwhelming all opposing dark glory. Beauty-arted defenders merely gripped weapons tighter. Pierced by heroic fervor holding precious line freeing Meredith's urgent flight toward Saint Agnes, altar now so near laying rest forevermore. Their looming sanctuary doors ahead stirred Meredith's sprinting relief until abruptly locking clang shattered hopes entering easily. Desperate fists pounded imploring entry only answered by frightened murmurs within fearing demonic assault they barricaded against since vortex rupture hours ago. Fists bleeding, Meredith screamed. Alex and faithful citizens buying escape seconds, collapsing horrifically behind her now unless a solution opened, breaching church defenses immediately. Tears fell bitterly, realizing how close their agonized journey brought. Banishing Relic lay wasting everybody she loved when hollow walls denied triumph, completing tireless quest now. Oh, heartbroken saint, why mock fragile hopes when salvation promise lays just beyond reach as darkness swallows our people whole? Meredith fell against pitiless oak, begging salvation their quest demanded. Let not untold lost lives and unspeakable sacrifice witnessed so far become empty tragedy. Ultimately she prayed prostrate. Rise, worthy acolyte, knowing redemption nigh for us all. Gentle whisper roused Meredith's tear-stained face upward from bleak despair toward renewed clarity. Their materializing statue still upon church steps manifested the benevolent spirit whose unknown tragedy somehow still anchored near original downfall 2 centuries back. Meekly the ghostly nun beckoned where bricks themselves now mysteriously reshaped gateway, just enough allowing Meredith's slender frame slip carefully inside at last. Reverent silence engulfed anxious hearts gathered within besieged sanctuary, throes of apocalyptic fury raging futilely beyond hallowed archways. Prostrating herself on the altar dais, Meredith presented reliquary vessel pulsing vileness recognized intrinsically by dozens wide fearful eyes now pinned place, yearning salvation nearly complete. Saint Agnes, deliverance nigh, stuttered Father Declan, incredulously wielding incense thurible sideways forgotten mid-service. Around citizen volunteers murmured joyous awe despite screams amplifying back the way. Meredith cradled hateful artifact atrophy while lifting tearful gaze toward the observers, ambiguous emotions wrestling their drawn faces. Pride at her accomplishment wrestled relief, dashing headlong, battling abomination, facing equivalent ancient evil now under their very roof. But faith resounded through their fluttering hearts utmost, seeing consecrated rose cross glimmering beautifully before them again. Only returning coveted icon its proper tabernacle may banish horrors stalking us all once more, people, Meredith announced, gently turning the newly opened glass enclosure. Desperate pounding emphasized their barricade, failing shortly as the raging sorcerer's fury peaked against fragile defenders now trapped, likewise awaiting freedom won ultimately. Carefully Meredith nestled polished ruby form where generations found solace during simpler eras. As soon celestial glow radiated outward, townsfolk gasped, watching the saintly nun's stoic shade manifest fully before stunned gathering. Behind them the candle flames surged brilliant pillars when everyone witnessed ghostly hands close tenderly atop Meredith's own party, unsealing the vital relic home as destined this remarkable night. Tears streamed down Meredith's smiling cheeks, embracing their gentle guardian whole once again. Welcome back, sister, through trials no more. Behind them debris scattered, signaling the enemy's magic blasted gates asunder, while death itself now yearned, claiming prize. But trembling voices drowned the rising pandemonium as every soul now glimpsed glorious restoration nearing ahead at long last. There framed ethereal glory, Saint Agnes embodied the eternal mystery defying deepest human sorrows. None witnessed the boundless compassion gracing her caring eyes, surveying the ragged faithful who sacrificed so much, combating wickedness untold eras now. Marveling the gathered flock knelt hushed, knowing redemptive victory stood within arm's reach after persevering such unfathomable chaos and horrors lately unleashed. The spectral patron turned beneficent gaze upon Meredith, sharing pride at their staggering accomplishment together. Ye aimed true, mine loyal handmaiden, this fated night. Approval warmed weary bones from endless trial lately faced. Now heaven's golden grace flows freely once more, sanctifying all beloved within these walls again. A thunderous impact emphasized their protective perimeter reached absolute collapse after tireless dark assault. Sanctuary doors groaned ominously, but Meredith gripped the holy talisman without fear. Agonized shouts underscored many grappled against inevitable destruction while sparse minutes remained yet. Saint Agnes raised luminous arms above, preparing ultimate restoration against the tide of fury and hate. But first her loving touch graced Meredith's dirt-smudged cheek, powering the purest courage facing their darkest hour now at hand. Heart children take refuge nigh the altar while divine will reshapes mortal bonds tested fiercely. Absolute authority blanketed their trembling forms, weaving impenetrable shields no outside force disrupts. Hallowed legacy restored flows freely, quenching wicked flames besieging our sanctuary finally. An explosion rocked physical senses violently while unearthly chant permeated everything simultaneously. There congregated under miracle downpour weary hearts discovered faith and wonder, awakened from increasing horrors lately perpetrated, their familiar homeland now hallowed back into holy ground, consecrating all found worthy protection henceforth. Chapter 17, Sealing the Portal. Howling wind lashed Meredith's face as she sprinted up the crumbling tunnel steps into the chapel, clutching the malevolent relic talisman. All around, swirling abyssal portals spewed screaming spirits that clawed outward, seeking mortal flesh to possess. At the chapel's center, Alex stood surrounded by a glowing runic circle, chanting fiercely to reinforce mystic shields protecting the terrified citizens clinging nearby. But already Meredith saw wraith limbs stretching the ward's limits to soon flood the building with cruel hunger pulsing from the void itself. Meredith! Alex shouted, desperately holding back the tide. The vortex pushback worked briefly, but our window is vanishing. Did you secure the sacred icon to seal the ritual before total hell descends? Behind his protective circle, she glimpsed dozens of frightened faces pleading for salvation from merciless ghouls howling just outside, hungry for their souls. Gripping holy items tightly, Meredith fought through the screaming horde toward Alex's central sigil when a piercing cry stopped her cold. "Miss Meredith, help me!" There against corroded iron gate posts strained a tiny wispy form gripped by spectral tentacles, pulling her essence toward the dark abyss. It was the ghostly nun they befriended, now crying and desperate against the demonic tide. Meredith's heart shattered seeing the innocent soul gripped by ruthless talons. She clutched the precious relic under one arm and grabbed for the nun with her free hand just as bony claws yanked the little spirit backwards with a wail. "Don't leave me to their hunger. Please." Her weeping echo ripped Meredith's psyche wide as desperation lent strength against the nun's resistant wraith captors. She heaved backwards with all her might just as the ghostly child twisted violently sideways with a scream, then evaporated into smoke before Meredith's stunned eyes. "No!" Agonized grief erupted as victory morphed instantly into horror, witnessing gentle spirit now swallowed by the abyss before banishing rites finished. Potent despair threatened, overwhelmed certainty about defeating the immortal alchemist now so close to restoring his physical form permanently. Then Alex was there, pulling Meredith's sobbing face against his heaving chest, pouring love and courage outward, buttressing them both against doubts besieging all sides. Around them citizens huddled lower behind the glyph barrier, weakening rapidly as their darkest hour encroached. "We cannot surrender totally toward hatred, winning beloved." Alex rasped brokenly, wiping her soaked cheeks. Meredith clung harder, drawing faith as his heartbeat galvanized, flagging conviction. Only sealing those damned relics permanently imprisons the soul reaper against claiming more blameless lives tonight or any tomorrow given. Meredith blinked fiercely, scattering tears that innocence past and present now demanded completed sacrifice, regaining freedom from cursed legacy haunting generations buried. She gripped Alex fiercely, taking blessed relics and using the glowing runic circle's residual power to seal the rituals once and for all. As her trembling hands worked stringing together talismans and consecrated items into the binding shape, familiar comforting warmth enveloped Meredith's shoulders. The ghostly nun stood translucent yet serene, lending strength for the task ahead. Hope reignited, seeing their gentle guardian angel whole again when so recently she felt only abyssal rage at the spirit's agonized dissolution into nothingness. "We walk the old ways into destiny together, dearest friends." The saintly shade murmured reassurance no evil presences could smother fully while righteous hearts persevered on behalf others still. Ghostly hands covered Meredith's bloodied fingers, weaving the consecrating shapes intently. Let divine forgiveness pave wayward souls toward ascending the mortal veil, at long last liberated and absolved. There framed ethereal glory, Saint Agnes embodied the eternal mystery, defying deepest human sorrows. None else glimpsed beneficent compassion, gracing her caring eyes, surveying the ragged faithful who sacrificed so much, combating wickedness untold eras until this fated victory. But marveling, the gathered flock knelt hushed around Meredith, sharing pride at their staggering accomplishment, together facing armies of rage and despair itself. The spectral patron turned approving gaze down where Meredith finished, knotting gold and silver threads through the relic artifacts into blazing sigil. Ancient eyes filled with proud tears as she proclaimed gently, "The infinite light ever banishes darkness through weakest clay jars, mine loyal one. Let all faithful hearts take solace, what redemption nigh." A thunderous impact emphasized the last unholy defenses collapsed fully after tireless assault. Sanctuary doors groaned violently on the verge of annihilation. But Meredith now stood serenely, wielding their dazzling metaphysical weapon without slightest fear. Agonized shouts indicated many still battled ruthless evil until these final moments. But even screams faded against brilliance flooding the weary chapel. There Meredith gazed deep into Alex's faithful eyes, reflecting the luminous configuration linking their beating hearts across angelic tapestry. Through the gleaming sigil lit thousand praying souls beyond frail walls. Together the intertwined threads turned toward fractured veil surface, yearning mended by love's grace given freely this hour. Behold eternity doors where above life's storm shine the everlasting promise binding all creation in balance. Her voice proclaimed joyfully, lifting their ardent gift, piercing heavens at last. Blinding radiance erupted, drawing down the mythic pillars anchoring natural order. The resplendent vision seared mortal sight as righteous fire surged outward through shattered wall boundaries. Wordlessly the alchemist's swollen specter appeared, framed amidst burning exit, simply blinking confused before brilliant beams shattered all remain cursed bones to dust. Fearful wails receded, swiftly left behind by shriveled wraiths once clutching the vulnerable living hungrily. In the periphery both Harrows glimpsed Saint Agnes' serene essence, cradling dozens of newly released souls, glowing peaceful ascent toward higher planes no longer bound the earth. A joyful sensation dawn spreads warmth, chasing away lingering exhaustion as the swelling eastern sun rays illuminated stained glass windowpanes above where organist tones carried the first hopeful hymns. A disbelieving smiles met relieved laughter, realizing the blessed dusk already brightened horizons beyond the familiar church walls after everything endured past dark eternity. There bathed glorious dawn, the reunited citizens marveled how night's bitterest burden somehow lifted fully, genuinely sensing curse bonds broken across the recovering village. Even violent memories rapidly cooled, detached now from visceral impressions endured fighting the merciless evil personally. A strengthened community became bonded, dreaming no supernatural threats might ever again arise, testing their resilient traditions or ancestors' hallowed grounds, laying anyone low. Meredith gripped her companion's hands, heartfelt, gazing into Alex's glistening eyes, reflecting pride. What incredible journeys faced together for love, conquering darkest fears themselves. A wordless tears met in salty kiss before turning, greet the future's hope surely glowing bright where fragile walls barely contained weeping fits and laughter alike. Soon promising rays crested the newborn horizon, sending all souls spilling outward, yearning do more than just reconstitute shaken foundations, survive the eclipse disaster. A cheering crowd flocked, starving sunlight's golden restoration where just last night hopeless abyss alone reigned, tormenting all locked behind barricades, quaking unspeakable outcomes barely thwarted timely enough. There limping resolutely down church marble steps Meredith spotted Deputy Kelvin, bruised while gently carrying an emaciated girl child she immediately recognized, now thankfully liberated the traumatic possession briefly inflicted little Sarah. With them walked the faithful priest, exhaustedly proclaiming salvation unto the recovering streets, with people already working remove debris, aberrations, vile passage so clearly etched across their humbled community overnight. But hardly any structures collapsed fully, even along the unnatural vortex path created earlier. Something miraculous about seeing everyone embrace his neighbors equally disheveled yet gloriously unbroken now shares the radiating optimism dawning fresh together. Wordless boundless joy dawned fully in Meredith's soul, cradling Alex closely sidelines while new families spilled outward, celebrating profound reprieve against whatever merciless entity so violently lashed out. Only fleeting hours passed. Tearful smiling Meredith kissed her equal partner, sharing profound epiphany their struggles not faced such evil alone again. Faithful citizens surrounded them, clasping the Harrows and Father Declan alike for anchoring untold souls faithfully through the night, preserving what dignity and memories withstood the occult temptation, nearly unraveling everything decent under vile sorcery's influence since auspicious marriage spring bound their community's resilient legacy. Chapter 18, Balance Restored. Dawn's rosy fingers caressed the weary faces of Meredith, Alex, and Father Declan as they stood together on the church steps, surveying the aftermath of the tumultuous battle against the alchemist's vengeful spirit. Though battered in places, the sturdy brick sanctuary had largely withstood the onslaught from realms beyond thanks to hastily etched protective wards and decades of accumulated blessings permeating its walls. As golden sunlight spilled over quaint rooftops, the very air itself seemed scrubbed clean, a peaceful stillness soothing jangled nerves after endless screams and crashing destruction tore night asunder. Now hushed morning calm greeted survivors slowly trickling into the central square, some limping yet all wearing dazed relief from those who glimpsed eternity ripping at their orderly lives just hours before. Meredith drew a deep, cleansing breath, letting radiant relief chase away lingering grief for mentoring spirits swallowed by the abyss before being sealed safely once more. Beneath familiar eaves, she sensed Saint Agnes' loving presence still permeating the aged bricks, task accomplished for now. Hope kindled, imagining their benevolent patron might finally rest unburdened by unknown tragedy that kept her gentle soul tethered helplessly between realms so long. A raspy cry suddenly split the subdued morning as Mrs. Crawford limped into view, face streaked with tears of desperation, calling her young grandson's name hoarsely. Kenneth, the boy who became inexplicably afflicted those first nights after the church robbery, remained missing with others held hostage by shadow forces. His grandmother's anguish lanced Meredith's heart, recalling that eerie phantom encounter, pleading, Harrow's seeker, intervene when modern medicine proved powerless, alleviating child's comatose state. Alex was already moving toward the distraught woman, his protective nature leaving no lost soul behind if love's stubborn power prevailed, mending family bonds. Meredith too hastened down the steps behind Father Declan, their shared purpose radiating outward, drawing refugees instinctively nearer these familiar pillars supporting communal ties since the town's earliest days. As they wove through dazed clusters, Meredith exchanged heartfelt embraces with many friends looking equally haggard yet blessedly whole after the night's brush with darker fates. She glimpsed the sheriff clasping his tearful wife, the sweet librarian Sandy herding disheveled teens protectively, even stalwart widow Nora Blackwell patting Deputy Calvin's slumped shoulder while balancing her unconscious toddler reverently. No words exchanged fully conveyed the endless minutes each spent grappling private demons while loved ones vanished fighting merciless evil tirelessly. But eyes meeting round the chaotic square forged wordless covenant, no supernatural threat ever again caught them separated or unaware. Together tonight's survivors grasped fragile gifts binding generations, safeguarding this consecrated land their shared children would someday inherit, trusting innately. Soon beloved bell tones pealed brightly, summoning the weary flock toward sanctuary doors as so often after storms passed, leaving damaged homesteads standing firm at dawn. Their framed welcoming glow, Father Declan gestured everyone inward where light and warmth awaited body and soul alike. But Meredith hesitated on the broad steps, searching for one special face missing still. There, half hidden behind a shadowed pillar, stood Sarah Hawthorne, blank eyes staring through random families shuffling inside after nightmarish captivity left the child mute and frail. Meredith carefully approached the waif who briefly hosted the alchemist warlock's vile spirit until banishing rites freed her innocent soul once more. Little Sarah glanced up expressionlessly, too numb and exhausted even seeking maternal comforts. There now, your loving clan awaits within Sarah. Meredith murmurs gently. The girl simply blinks indifferent toward her outstretched hand or promises safety. Beckoning just steps away. Sighing softly, Meredith enfolds the child into her arms, letting compassion flow freely, enveloping Sarah's battered psyche in intuition's whispering, "Wounds mend in time, my sweet. Let this light guide you where cherished guardians await, remembering joy exists still beyond the veil." Together they crossed the broad threshold into radiance spilling from the facade windows overhead. There indeed awaited weeping parents already mourning their brilliant son Connor Hawthorne. Even corrupted ambition could not sever family bonds forever. Meredith relinquishes frail Sarah unto their hungry embrace, smiling through sudden tears, glimpsing the resigned parents' stricken eyes alight, realizing even skimming hell's maw had not stripped everything cherished away fully. In the weeks afterward, sure enough, young Sarah gradually emerged from traumatic cocoon plagued by lingering nightmares those first raw days. Gentle normality clinging her family combined intense therapy sessions with Meredith slowly unraveling cold panic birthed, sensing the ghastly warlock's ancient malice leeching away innocent emotions and memories somehow. In time Sarah healed well, adjusting young life beyond the grotesque ordeal. Nor was the Hawthorns' lone household navigating bittersweet relief after facing harrowing scenarios, testing sanity and relationships to very brink during the supernatural siege across their remote haven. Throughout, convalescent citizens leaned heavily upon communal pillars, the Harrows and stalwart Father Declan especially, when fragility compounded by macabre memories surged. Unexpectedly undermining footing hard-won, rebuilding normalcy again. Always supportive hands caught stumbling neighbors while voices whispered gentling reason through lingering screams. Tirelessly their united ministry banished doubt and darkness alike until enough laughter and songs floated from cottages facing where long shadows retreat daily now. The forsaken churchyard itself exhumed properly sanctified, legions of anonymously listed pauper remains into separate hallowed ground consecrated fervently by candlelit chant, once record restored identities. Often glimpsing the Harrows tenderly supporting individuals and families likewise soul-weary from supernatural brush, Meredith shelves Stundas envisioned Saint Agnes, shade sometimes hovering nearby, wearing cryptic smile hinting their selfless crusade reflected the true path her unfinished legacy aimed when fate turned lethal eons ago. For while scattered bones and blood evidence confirmed the slain Brotherhood cohorts perished violently within buried laboratory ruins, no actual skeletal remains enduring similar catastrophic end appears the ambitious alchemist leader himself. So as winter solstice approached, the timeless cycle peaks soon enough. Meredith reinforced metaphysical barriers protecting their resilient township, sprouting industrial heights attracting immigrants and innovations daily now. Protective wards stretch outward harnessing their tiny haven while wayward spirits still linger held benignly just beyond the veil awaiting closure someday. Tonight familiar bells summon faithful toward the hillside sanctuary where stained shards now display dazzling stained glass restored above sturdy icon relic gleaming peaceful custody since nearly tragedy that autumn equinox. Their citizens gather committed keeping wickedness buried outside hallowed ring eternal. While from the oak grove lisping night child glimpses gentle lady spirit waving affectionately where swirling mists linger bittersweet parting ways at long last it seems. So hope prevails onward through their thriving country parish, however haunted shadows cling yet around the edges beyond flickering street lamps. For stalwart hunters descend loudly proclaiming what unnatural forces shall never slyly reap vulnerable souls again. Not while Harrows, priest and kindred hearts vow consecrating this land their shared children would someday inherit, confident not breaches communal haven woven so fiercely preserving dignity and memories withstand darkest seductions seeking destroying everything decent under starlight skies. The end.